Yeah. Oh, okay. Ah, okie dokie. Come on, man. Oh, there's supposed to be a fucking what you call it? Grace. Supposed to be a grace down here somewhere. I'm pretty sure this is the boss fight right here. I don't want to be running to this dang on boss fight. Oh man, god dang it! All right, let me let me go get rid of this little bit of money. I don't know why I keep doing that. What's this? Dragon Temple. Sunset. Hmm. Yeah. Why is he dead? Did I kill him out there? Hmm. Oh yeah, I got clean rock Finley. I haven't even tried him yet or her yet. Yeah, they say clean rock was better than teach. Wait, I don't have teach. Oh, okay. They're only six. These are beasts right here, though. That's all right. What? What's this? Mm, kind of want to try out Finley, but let's see. Oh, this is banana. I might still be able to. Oh my God, they turned up. I was standing right beside them. Oh shit. Okay. Well, well, we know where they're going to show up now. Oh hell, you walk right in with them, huh? And I can get clean right off. Yeah. Got your attention. Nice and easy. Oh, what? Who got killed? Clean right dead? not even watching my own health at all. Hmm. Crystal torrent, baby. You heard me, Dad? He don't. He don't hear me. All right. Oh, that's right. Yeah. You missed that guy skin duo fight? Mm-hmm. You did. You sure did, because it's over. Oh yeah. So I came in on that side. What's over here? No, I came in on this side? No. I just picked up my souls on that side over there. Right? Right? Right. Oh, I got that bell bang. Dragon Temple. Right, right. Wait, what? Is that where I'm at? Dragon Temple altar? Okay. Why do I keep doing this? Hmm. No. Better buy some. No, I'm gonna get killed any second. Wait, I need to put on my big shield. Shit, I should have leveled this shield on up while I was at. Nah, it's only level 6. Starfield. No. Oh shit. Fucking dog would have fucked me up. Mm. Oh, this was a new one. Okay, good. Damn, you had to have a stone sword key to get there? Dragon Temple of Lift. Hmm. Who's supposed to be coming by today? Are you talking? You're not talking to me. What, you think I can't use a yo-yo? I mean, sure. That was one of the first weapons. Oh yeah. Yeah, baby, Crystal Torrent. Monstrous. Did I miss a whole dragon? How did I miss a whole dragon? I can't even get back over there. Can I get back? I can't get back over there because even if I could jump that one, I definitely can't jump that next one. Shit. Ah, this is going to be a hard place here. What? God damn. That's okay. I didn't want to be here no way. I missed the whole thing. Oh man. So he was around on the side. Okay. For some reason I thought they just pop up after you grab the thing. Thought I'd be able to see him. But last time I'm pretty sure I grabbed hold to that. That thing is not even leveled up because I wasn't planning on using it anyway. So let's level up the six. Let's not do that. And for the boost that it gives it is. So I missed the dragon on the other side of this. Really? Really? Right, dragon on there. Y'all don't want to chase this. Y'all really need to stop. Oh, you were laying on something and I wanted it. Damn it. I was totally going to get out the way. I didn't think I didn't think I had. Oh, I'm dead. What? The dragon didn't want no more. But y'all know y'all done. What is it? Oh, it's- ah, I just wanted to punish you a little bit. Y'all can't even tell me. I told you. Ah, I'm almost certain this was the other one. This is the reason I thought. All right, shit. Because I could have swore I saw one get the fuck up. That's stupid. So I made it all the way up here. All right. Now I'm going to go back to Dragon Temple Lift and go the other one. Now I know I didn't use this lift, so is it here? It is here. When it's dark, baby. Now, whoa. That was uncalled for. Totally uncalled for, bro. And why would you saw what I was doing to you from long range. This motherfucker should go around corner. Man, I'm headed up there to fight that guy. So must be this. Right. It was up the stairs, down the stairs. Right. I don't believe somebody's shooting. Do I need to fight him? Dude. Oh, it's that friggin' crucible knife. Crap. I'm gonna have to straight run by him. They're probably a dog. Coming back. Where is this guy shooting? Oh, I'm right there. here. I'm not there. I'm not there. Can't be there. It's the crucible night. Wait, am I not there yet? Oh yeah, I'm about to give you the slip, buddy. Come on, come on, come on, sweetie. Come on. Peace out. Ooh, ooh, oh, peace. Crucible night. Wait, you can just jump off right here. Goddamn Crucible night got me scared to death. Oh fuck. Wow. Woo. You the person. Oops, oops. Oh, let me see. Give me them white things. Whew. There ain't no way to bring the lip up. Oh, you shooting at me already? Two of them. Really? Oh, oh, Well, well, I don't have no heels. Ah, I don't have no heels, and there's a dragon right there. Stand right here. Let my healing do the work. I'll come and see you in just a second. Ah, hmm. Yo, what's up, that? Oh, man. This
All right,
is taking
guys.
way too
Back
long.
to a successful now. So for today, going to an email that was sent from a subscriber. It's from a guy he has written before. He used to be in law enforcement, and now he is a traveling nurse. And he very eloquently titled this story in the email. Everything is bigger in Texas, including body. And he's going to share his experience he had while he's been traveling around the country working as a nurse. About this gal he worked with, another traveling nurse. How pretty much she relentlessly pursued this guy, just constantly wanting to hook up with
But
him while
restart
they are
HP, but
temporary
poison the user.
co-workers,
Huh.
ever, not in today's world. And we get all these details of pretty much how she, well, developed a reputation, to put it mildly. And you're going to see here just the relentless pursuit she has of this guy, but ultimately you're going to find out that well, she wasn't exactly single like she was trying to make it out to be. And all of her other coworkers, the female nurses, knew as well. But they covered for her, put on the whole show, and didn't care that she was married, didn't care if she had kids, all that. And I'm doing this story, guys, as an example of a lot of things. Like once a cheater, always a cheater. The lengths that some of these gals will go to get what they want. How the other gals will cover things up for them and not care the fact that they're married or have kids, things like that. And just you gotta be aware of these things and be careful. Every relationship, guys, sadly, you always gotta pay attention. A lot of vetting before you get serious with a girl. It's so, but it's an interesting tale. That'd be worth sharing.
Oh, yeah.
This is something I remembered after I wrote it, and I think it will give you guys a few lessons. I left law enforcement to be a nurse. I will explain that change another time, so let's jump in. I've been a traveling nurse for over 5 years, and I've seen tons of cheating, hookups, etc.
Oh, really?
This is one of my favorite stories of bad female behavior. During the summer of 2020, the COVID crisis was blowing up in the South, especially Texas. So I made my way to Texas to work in the COVID ICU. When I arrived and got to work, it was mostly traveling nurses, and we were all strangers. But with how busy we were, we all got banded together, got the job done. Most shifts I would be assigned
Got
to
one
a rapid response team. So I would respond to codes. So I knew most folks in the hospitals. I was all over the hospital for random stuff. This is how I meet Jessica. Jessica and a group of her girlfriends came from out of the state to assist as well. Friend one, Ashley, married, and friend two, Lindsay, married.
Oh, great.
Jessica was single. They worked in one of the ICUs and always worked together. Okay, so right here we have two of the nurses unmarried, with one that isn't. Jessica is not, as they claim, but you're going to say that is not the case. So being on the rapid response, I was given start every shift.
And it's more.
Jessica. Jessica started making excuses to call me and try to get me to go check on her patient or to assist her. She would call me for the basic things that every nurse should know to her unit and appointment.
Can I not steal them things from here?
So notice here, he says that she's been lots of phone calls, started making excuses to call me, trying to get me to come and assist her, blah, blah, blah. When gals like you, really like you, they're relentless. So they'll find any excuse they can get to be around you and talk to you and chase after you. Just a little tip there. See the relentless pursuit of a dude that she likes? It's not that hard, guys, to tell if a gal really likes you. Pay attention to their actions. But you also pay attention to their actions for all the bad shit too. He says, I am married and I bring up my wife in conversation that set the expectation that I am not interested. So he's making abundantly clear, I'm married. And by the way, notice this guy's a good guy. He could probably very easily hook up with different nurses and probably his wife would never know. But he's not that type. And I respect that. Jessica seemed to ignore this and try to flirt with me anyways. Of course she did. She would always hunt herself. She always tried to get close to me. That's not a very professional thing. I wanted him to fight you too,
but every time I get close to you, he's motherfucking hot. You come over there. I don't got no help. Can't believe it.
The ship supervisor.
I don't even have a healing spell.
Even if he wasn't happy about it.
Do I have a healing spell? I need to have a healing spell. I got all this mana.
Her friends were nice, seemed content in their marriages, and I did not see bad behavior from them. But they would tell me Jessica was looking for a boyfriend. I knew / thought she had the bunch, and I wanted her to go away. I was responding to a code in the ICU, and when I was done, I noticed Jessica giving the same behavior to another male. I was actually relieved and thought she was going to move on to a different dude. Nope.
Okay, that's a bad move. From now on, always have some kind of spell that heals you, especially if you're going to have all this mana.
I'm surprised. You guys surprised? So a few days later, she was talking to me, and she said, I need to be pronated so bad. Pronate is a term we use to put patients on their stomachs to assist with breathing. It can be very helpful to intubate the patient.
To heal me.
I've never heard this word be used the way she said it. I was confused at first on what she was talking about. Well, I'm sure you probably something you was telling her. It wasn't good. She was having a double meaning to that term. She explained that she needs a man to pronate her, to place her face down and ass up. I got the message. She was pretty much throwing herself at me. I was flattered, yes, but also disgusted at how thirsty she was, and ignoring the fact that I am married. Now, reading this story reminds me of a personal story real quick. I'll get back to the story in a second. Years ago, for 6 years, I was training hard martial arts. In 2 martial arts. I was there to school probably 4 days a week, and you had a whole mixture of people there. You had men and women in the classes. These were the adult classes, so you had usually 18 and up. There were a lot of the 20, men in the 30s. And at the time when I started, I was 35. And after I've been there for a year, I got to know everybody there. And I was from somethings, the 30-somethings, 40-somethings, because I was right there in the middle of my 30s. And this girl started working there, and she was about 25 at the time. Yeah. And people talked and quickly found out that she was married. She, I believe, was a nurse.
Wait, we don't have no help.
Not 8 years old, so I think her first kid when she was 18. There's a sign. And long story short, she developed quite a reputation real quick. And I knew 3 of my buddies that were all like either finishing up college or like 22, 23, 24 years old. 3 of them hooked up with me.
I'll run over there to kill that dragon.
It's not a huge community, so people talk. All right. And whenever I was around her, even before I knew this, there was something about her that
you're out of the way.
I just couldn't quite place it, you know? I mean, she didn't behave in a way that she was coming on to me, but I had no interest in her whatsoever. In my opinion, I wouldn't touch her with a 100-meter pole, but to these young guys, you know, at best, she was a 7. And word got around, and at least 3 dudes I knew had hooked up with her. And these guys went to college, so they don't care. They just want to get some ass. And another one of my buddies who was older, who was more close to my age, told me one day they were collecting out after work one night. And she was there, of course, and afterwards was leaving, and she had said, "Hey, I'll walk you to your truck." My friend,
Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me.
and she walked around the pickup, and right then and there, she pretty much propositioned him. And he was like, "No." And she's like, "Why? What's the big deal? We can do it in your truck." And he's like, "Well, first of all, I have a girlfriend, but number two, because of the school, he wasn't gonna, do that." But the point was, I knew a gal like this, and they're relentless. She just wouldn't stop. And so that's what I'm picturing when I hear the story. But anyhow, I want to quick mention a little personal story there. I think we all know in our lives one gal like that who didn't care and hit on every single dude and quite the reputation. There could have been more than 3 dudes that she hooked up with, but I wasn't really into hearing the gossip and all that bullshit because that point I was in my mid 30s. Some things I'd hear, but I didn't go looking for it. Anyhow, quick story is that after that, I pretty much avoided her. She was a walking red flag.
Right.
However, I can't avoid her completely.
Right.
Her floor to go. So after a code was wrapping up and I was on my way out, Jessica ran me down, chat me up. We started to do small talk. A few minutes into the conversation, she told me that she had the most amazing weekend. Like a dumbass, I said, "Cool, what happened?" She said, "I got pronated by 3 guys." This sounds like the girl I knew. I was like, "Cool." I made an excuse and left. I have no idea why she said that, to try and say that she was no longer interested, or to say that I'm so easy, come and get me. That's what she was saying. I'm so easy, come and get me. I said she was single. Well, we will find out something very interesting. After that, I never saw her again. So when I came back to work a few days after, a massive rumor was spreading around like wildfire. We found out that Jessica was, wait for it, married. And the reason she was gone was because her husband found out about her pronating activity. Her 2 friends were still there, and I loved their response. Now listen to this. They pretty much said, "Yeah, we knew she was married, but she made us promise to pretend that she was single." So all those dudes, including this guy, all the dudes she was hooking up with, and the guy she was coming on to, including this guy who wasn't having it, they lied. What did I tell you about sticking together? In a way, what they can be argued, they're just as guilty for the cheating as this Jessica character was. Once she got caught, we all knew she was married. The friends were more than happy to spill the beans. She was on a few dating sites and hooking up with tons of guys. All 3 girls shared a place, and they started to get really annoyed with all the guys she brought home, sometimes more than one in a single day. I strongly suspect that one of the friends told the husband. Probably. So she's a traveling nurse all around there, and the husband's back home, and Lord knows what he thinks. You know? Meanwhile, she's using that opportunity to click her, I guess, Tinder or whatever the hell it is, to the local area and get sausage left and right. And on to the next place. Trying to save their reputation at work, they said they cut her out. I don't believe them for a second. Neither do I. I did not say anything, but I was thinking, how could you cover up this behavior and keep saying she wants a boyfriend? They were helping her hook up with other men. I have no knowledge of men that she hooked up with at the hospital, but I'm sure it's a few. It's kind of like my situation. I'm sure that girl I was talking about just a few minutes ago, way more than 3 dudes. Way more, guaranteed. So the fallout. She went back to her home state and tried to save the relationship. Her husband wanted nothing to do with her. He moved out and lawyered up. Good for him. Jessica's friends that stayed in Texas showed me a few Facebook posts that she made. To sum up, she made posts of her crying about how she can no longer afford her house, horses, and lifestyle. She kept posting about how her husband was not a man because he abandoned her and the children. Her good life was ending. Seeing this karma made me feel good inside. She's cheating on this dude left and right. Everybody knows it. He finds out, says, "We're done. I'm divorcing him." And now she has the nerve on social media, singing the blues, crying, and posting how her life is over and he's not a man for abandoning her, even though she was doing her dirty deed multiple times a day, as being mentioned here in this story. And he's the bad guy? You've got to be kidding me. I do this channel, guys, for lots and lots of reasons. One of the big ones is to help protect you guys. And teach guys give examples and stories I share and all that, so that way then you guys are at least aware to pay attention. Or at the very least, your relationship guys can really vet the girls, really screen the gals you start getting a relationship with. There's so many guys because they don't really think too highly of themselves, just jump into relationships as quick as they can because they figure, hey, she's cute, she's paying attention to me because most girls don't. Okay, I'll just. I also teach guys how to act like a man for their own lives, but also the relationship guys how to act like a man that their gal respects them and would never consider, hopefully, pulling shit like this. And of course, stories to show that this stuff is out there.
Wow.
More evidence has emerged of Twitter's left-wing bias as internal employee communications have been leaked showing that the staff at Twitter are biased towards the left, are angry, and are not treating this like rational adults when a new person acquires a company.
Oh,
Is so palpable that even Elon Musk has noticed it, and probably why he bought the company. Now, I don't want to act like these new Twitter messages in internal Slack chats, I believe they are the definitive proof of bias. They are evidence on top of existing evidence proving there's a left-wing bias. In a meme tweet by Elon Musk, actually shows me, but considering the meme is accurate, I think it's important to break down. It shows me explaining to Twitter's top lawyer, Vijaya Gadde, that here's an example of left-wing bias, which she argues. I then say, your interpretation is affected by your bias, and then she asks for an example, creating a cycle of me saying the same thing over and over again. Now, this was several years ago. It's about 3 years ago, I believe, that I appeared in Joe Rogan Experience with Jack Dorsey and Vijaya Gadde. It comes up a lot, considering what's happening with Twitter. But that was basically the conversation. No matter how much I said to them, debunking their ideas and proving definitively that they are biased, they either just said, you're wrong, you're interpreting it this way, that's context, you got to understand. And then finally it ended with, well, thank you for the feedback, because it's true, it is a fact. And now we are seeing the establishment left and many leftists throwing everything they can at Elon Musk in a desperate attempt.
oh my goodness.
Power that is Twitter. And all this is going on as there is a afoot.
Gravity.
Segment, you talk about it, or maybe you'll hear it soon. But there is history. Progressives are losing followers, conservatives are gaining followers in conspiracy theory. I don't know exactly what's going on. But so far, based on what we've heard, the simple solution is that Twitter removed some kind of ban on right-wing figures, potentially an algorithmic ban. Many people, they would get banned. It was the editor-in-chief of the Daily Caller. He got a suspension. They said, oh, it was an accident. How was it an accident? Did a Twitter employee make this move? No. I think we have evidence now suggesting, not definitively proving, that Twitter implemented an algorithm that sought out right-wing personalities, banned them, and something happened last night that removed the ban. I think they are cleaning up shop as fast as they can, knowing that Elon Musk did not just buy a social media platform, he bought the evidence. We can see what they're saying now in media, that Elon Musk arguing Vijaya Gadde, Twitter's top lawyer, is harassment. Mediaite even wrote that my taking out a billboard stating a fact was attacking a journalist. You see, they're desperate. They don't know what to do when institutional power is wielded against them, and they are freaking out. I'd just like to say, many people are hitting me up about Elon Musk tweeting this meme that includes me. I am honored, but I just do the work. And if someone makes a meme and it resonates, I'm grateful to be a part of this change. I'm grateful to be in this position, and it is only thanks to all of you that I am here. So Elon Musk tweeted a meme. That's cool. I appreciate it. We've got a lot of really important work going on. And I did tweet at Elon. I tweeted, yo, Elon Musk, come on my show, brainstorm. I was like, maybe I'll finally get that Starlink satellite. But I don't think Elon Musk will be coming on the show.
All right.
And I'll explain why. Because The other thing they're claiming is that Elon
One
Musk
goes to
Twitter
president,
is
this one
violating
comes to
his
the
agreement
black boy.
that he didn't. This down. Before we get started, head over to timcast.com and become a member if you would like to help support the work we do and the work I do making these videos. We will be hiring more journalists. We just onboarded another journalist. We'll be hiring a couple columnists to write opinion and analysis. Our perspective is personal responsibility and liberty.
So that's
Bringing
when
you
they
the
do
facts.
slow.
It's not about traditional, progressive, or anything like that. It's
Right.
about you being responsible and having information to live your life to the best of your abilities, being honest. And that's what we're going to bring to you in our columns and our analysis. As a member, you'll get access to all of our members-only segments, potential members-only analyses, and you will be keeping our journalists afloat and allowing us to do things like buy billboards in Times Square, challenging the establishment and staking our claim in this cultural battleground to create new shows like Pop Culture Crisis and Tales from the Individual so that we can engage with the culture, build the culture, and challenge the manipulation from the institutional cultural machines. Also, smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share this show with your friends,
Okay.
and let's see what's going on with leaked internal Slack messages. Andy No reports for the New York Post. Twitter workers freak out over Elon Musk in internal Slack messages. I'll pause real quick and just say, truly, there are free speech loving Twitter employees, be it liberal or conservative, anti woke or libertarian, because they leaked the messages. Certainly, someone there said the world needs to see this. I'd like to give a shout out to Project Veritas and James O'Keefe, who have been leading the charge of being brave and telling people to challenge the corrupt. Brilliant. And to everybody who heeded that message and decided to be brave and expose malfeasance, you are doing a great thing. Challenge those in power. Here's the story from the New York Post and Andy No. Leaked internal communications by Twitter employees reveal woke employees are overtaken by despair and anger about Elon Musk's month-long effort to acquire Twitter.
I
Of
just
course,
want
we
to
learned
be
that
able
Musk
to use
purchased the
this
company.
on them.
On the business communication platform Slack, some Twitter employees
Right.
vented against the new owner. Leaked messages reveal, quote, physically cringy watching Elon talk about free speech. A site reliability engineer who
It just
identifies
seems
as a
like this would be
non-binary
so
transgender
good.
clonal person. Right. We're all going through the 5 stages of grief in cycles. And everyone's nerves are frazzled, wrote a senior staff software engineer who called Musk an a-hole and tried to console his colleagues. Quote, we're all spinning our wheels and coming up with worst case scenarios. Trump returns, no more moderation. The fact is that Musk has not talked about what he's planning on doing in any detail outside of broad sweeping statements that could be easily seen as hyperbolic showboating. The senior staff new engineer announced he would be quitting. Not the place to say it, but I will not work for this company after his takeover. Now, these are but a few humble messages from below, but it shows you something. The culture of Twitter is overwhelmingly woke. Imagine being a conservative in this environment when you know about cancel culture, smears, lies, manipulation. If the conversation is overwhelmingly pitched this way, even the people who feel safe to say these things. So either the company is conservative, but all the conservatives are scared cowards, or the company is overwhelmingly woke. Now, you don't need these messages to prove that. We've seen the data on employees giving money to politicians, and it's like 98.7% to Democrats. So we know what it's going.
Yeah.
And he knows
Yeah,
where the
that's
approach
not good.
continues. Following the back and forth among multiple employees angry about the news, some warned that their communications on Slack could be searched. The employees then moved their conversations onto their personal devices using encrypted chat application Signal. Twitter's leadership appeared to predict an internal backlash and possible sabotage when it locked down the ability of its employees to make changes to the platform through Friday. Leading up to Musk's deal, Twitter employees had already been venting for weeks on Slack about Musk and defending the platform's moderation enforcement. One person saying, if Twitter brings back the politicians who call for violence and the misinformation bots and the harassers and other dangerous creeps, then this will definitely push the world more fashion. I'm not saying he should move, but I've become accustomed to that. One person said, a must-own Twitter is one of the greatest threats the 2022 and 2024 elections we are at. Oh, my sons and daughters, they're admitting it? Yeah, what this person is basically saying, it's just one person, or on Twitter. They know they need control of the destiny. I'm curious about what efforts are being taken against Elon Musk. Well, we have this first. From the Washington Post, Elon Musk boosts criticism of Twitter executives, prompting online attacks. The targeting of
Really?
by Musk's the Twitter megaphone concern for workers. I don't care. No, I'll address the story and point out if a prominent individual names you and then mean people say mean things to you, I don't care. Welcome to the real world. I've received threats too. I don't go screaming about it every single time. The only time in recent history I did was when I had to cancel an event in Nashville. And I talked about it because people were wondering why we did it. I get threats fairly often. I don't go screaming. I don't
Used to be AOE. Did you get that AOE when you had that weapon? Did you get that type of AOE? Yeah.
Of
When you be on your horse with that weapon.
I would say,
That type
it's
of
having a good
AOE.
time. His lefties tweeting at me and it's
I mean, I understand the type of thing.
talk about
All right, so that's amazing.
And then skate and play my guitar, talk to my friends, and just keep on with the mission. But too many people.
Torn his ass.
She writes a story about libs of TikTok, revealing the private address and
It's
name of this person.
slow.
When people get mad about it and criticize her, she gets angry and says, I'm the victim. I put up one little Times Square billboard saying she did a thing she did. And then everyone loses their minds. All of these journalists freaking out like it's the end of the world. You don't get to wield institutional power against Elon Musk and then get mad when he tweets back. Elon Musk is also getting death threats and harassment. He seems to be mighty fine with it. Not fine in the sense that we like it's happening. When people get threats via a small Twitter account or the largest Elon Musk. No, but we accept it's a part of reality. And we just gotta watch our mouth. It's an unfortunate reality to being in public space. Crazy people exist. What do I tell people? I'm not worried about Antifa. If I want to go to an Antifa rally, sure, I'll be worried about Antifa. I'm worried about the people who think that I stole all of the spoons and I'm secretly keeping them on Sasquatch Mountain on the dark side of the moon. And then I have a portal in my basement to get me there. I'm worried about the people who are not right. Those are the people who are a real danger. Going to events and someone accusing me of something insane. Now, there are many people on the left who believe in insane things, and it as well. There's an overlap between crazy people and sane people. But the issue is, when you have hundreds of thousands or millions of followers, crazy people will see you. And I mean not to disparage people who are mentally ill, they need help. But if they think you genuinely are giving the nation spoons to Bigfoot and you have to be stopped by any means necessary, how do you deal with that? Some people are just out of it. Now they're trying to claim that Elon Musk is harassing, but here's where it gets juicy. From Quartz, Elon Musk has already broken his agreement with Twitter. No, he didn't. But sure, let's see what they have to say. When Twitter agreed to sell itself to Elon Musk for $44 billion on April 25th, the two parties agreed to specific terms of the merger, signed a document, and filed it to the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. Musk doesn't yet own Twitter, and he won't for many more months. But he is now locked into a contract with the social network's current management, and there's a $1 billion penalty at the stake if he pulls out. The two sides also agreed to certain rules of behavior for the period before the deal closes. And one day after the agreement was reached, Musk already broke the rules. Scott, you were wrong. Talk to a lawyer about this, because the lawyers aren't saying he did anything wrong. This is ridiculous. These people are so desperate to create a narrative of Twitter won't be sold to Elon Musk. It likely will be. There's a chance it won't. I'm not going to sit here and lie and say it's a done deal. But this idea that Musk broke the rules, here's what they say. Musk's agreement with Twitter allows him to tweet about the merger, quote, so long as such tweets do not disparage Twitter or its representatives. But on April 26th, Musk tweeted,
Wait, I got
could
that
be considered
volcano
two separate
right
disparaging
there.
comments of employees. For Politico reported that Vijay Twitter's top lawyer and his trusted safety in an internal meeting following news of the acquisition, conservative journalist Sagar Enjeti tweeted this screenshot. Elon Musk said that, what he said, the censorship of Hunter Biden laptop story was inappropriate. To that effect. Gade's team, which is in charge of the content moderation, blah, blah, blah. Tuesday, Musk jumped at the fray and said suspending the Twitter account of a major news organization for publishing a truthful story was obviously incredibly inappropriate. Just hours later, Musk replied to a tweet by right-wing conspiracy theorist Mike Cernovich. Mike Cernovich, of course, who broke major news on Epstein, got Ghislaine, or whatever her name is, to actually get prosecuted. Mike Cernovich was broken major story by Congress, sure. He said Jim Baker was facilitating fraud, and that's Jim Baker is a Twitter counsel. And Elon Musk said, sounds pretty bad. This is far from Musk's first towing line on Twitter, blah, 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 blah. Elon Musk did not break the rules. They're lying to you. But hey, give it to Aaron Mouffarm of, is he still with Fox, I believe? I guess not, now he's at Substack. He tweeted, Elon Musk isn't contractually allowed to disparage Twitter, and yet his last two tweets have been to disparage Twitter officials. Wrong. Elon Musk is not allowed to tweet about the merger disparaging Twitter officials. That is, Elon Musk can't say this merger means X and Twitter employee Y is trash. What he can say is Twitter is trash. He can't tweet about the merger while disparaging. See that? They even mention it in the fourth article, but this other media lies about it. Lies to you. It says, Musk's agreement with Twitter allows him to tweet about the merger, so long as such tweets do not disparage. Elon Musk did not tweet about the merger by referencing a meme. This meme right here, here's an example of Twitter's left-wing bias. Then Vijaya responding with taking consideration. Me responding, Twitter's interpretation is affected by their bias. He's not, you can argue disparaging. That's fine. But he's not tweeted about the merger. It is not such a tweet. You see how they try and get you? They try and play dirty games. Here's a not responsive for it. Elon Musk.
All these little words, slow as a cat.
Well, first, it's probably on my show because Elon Musk is the richest man in the world and one of the most famous and most powerful and most popular. And I don't know if we have that kind of pull, but we've had some pretty prominent people, members of the Trump administration, Mike Rowe and other celebrities. We had Ethan Suplee, I'm pronouncing your name wrong, really rad guy. So we've had our share of big names on the show, but getting Elon Musk on the show would be huge. Granted, I mean, we've had Alex Jones, Joe Rogan, Blair White.
I wasn't trying to do that.
So that was a bit of a fun show. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend I have the pull to bring Elon Musk over to Timcast IRL. But assuming Elon knows who I am, and I presume he does because he knows about the meme, he's likely listened to the episode or at least heard a bit about it. I don't think he'd come on the show because a live environment could result in him talking about the merger and potentially disparaging them at the same time. So if he were to come on, it would have to be, but we can't talk about the Twitter merger at all. The challenge there is someone else might bring it up. In this context, he might say something, so I would not be surprised if for legal reasons and for safety reasons, it probably is a good idea Elon Musk doesn't go on a live podcast. Now, if Elon Musk were to come on and literally said, we will not discuss Twitter at all. Okay, I suppose the challenge is how do you control him? You know what I want to say? I would, I don't know if I would want to do the show with Elon because I would not want to be responsible for that deal falling through if by hosting Elon this show ended up being the reason. So again, I'm not trying to say that we're that prominent to have someone like Elon on the show. I'm just saying, across the board, Elon's probably going to avoid doing shows talking about these issues, but it's possible. And it's entirely possible Elon could do the show and talk about SpaceX, social media, freedom of speech, and all of these issues and just say, if Twitter comes up, I'm not going to talk about Twitter. And I think he can find that. So we would do our best to make sure it works. But of course, once again, we must bring up the Silicon Valley Bitcoin. In a tweet from Sean King, who has since returned to Twitter, he says, I am told this morning that Apple and Google will remove Twitter from the App Store but does not tolerate to remove hate speech under Elon Musk. This isn't a new policy, but a commitment already made. Amazon Web Services have the same commitment, so there's that. It's a great point. Good fun. Angelo Carusone says Apple should here and reiterate that Twitter won't get special treatment. Some of what Musk plans to do will violate Apple's requirements for the App Store, and Apple needs to make it clear they will enforce their rules and uphold their requirements. It's a good point, and it's also scary. John King's right. Twitter probably won't be removed from the App Store if it's too big. But probably the only reason it's in the App Store is because it's part of the establishment machine and they allow it. Twitter breaks the rules all the time. Twitter allows speech that would get it banned from the App Store, but they don't ban it. Now that Elon Musk is taking over, they can simply say, oh, but you know, we already told you the rules, Elon. You can't be on our shared services. Elon, you're going to have to buy Google. I don't think Elon can afford to buy Google. So I don't know how you pull it off. Maybe Twitter gets removed from the store. Maybe not. Here's some funny goings on though. Gab.com has been unverified. Gab tweeting, Twitter just unverified Gab. Oh, it's so funny, whatever it is happening behind the scenes. It's good for it's there for a good laugh. Take a look at this story from Wired. Right-wing trolls are trying to break back into Twitter. No, I disagree. But here's what they say. They say within 2 hours of this announcement, the first concerning signs flashed across Joe Mulhall's screen. Mulhall's the director of research at Hope Not Hate. When Musk heralded this purchase, blah, 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 Mulhall saw new accounts being set up on Twitter by previously banned far-right individuals and groups, including Tommy Robinson and whatever. Break back onto Twitter. Sure, a handful of people set up accounts, but I don't think that's what's happening. I don't think they're breaking on. I think there is mystery. There's a conspiracy, my good friends. We must investigate what is going on. Take a look at this from France 24. Progressive Twitter accounts lose followers, conservatives gain. It's not so much conservatives, because Elon Musk isn't a conservative. Probably not. He said he was a socialist a couple of years ago. But if you believe in free speech, and free speech isn't the left or right issue, I mean, it shouldn't be, you're gaining followers. What's happening here? Of course, the narrative seems to be that the left is leaving the platform in droves and the right is joining in droves. I disagree. I believe we may have more answers as to what is going on with this mystery. Let me show you this tweet. Let me show you some tweets here. I would like to introduce you to our good friend Josie, the red-headed libertarian, whose Twitter handle is @TRHL official. Josie, the red-headed libertarian, has been a guest on Smithcast IRL more than once. And we are friends and fans of her commentary. And I gotta admit, Queen Josie is a particularly astute individual. Tweeting, January 9th, 2019. The Democrats will run Biden on misplaced nostalgia alone. Too white and mailing. His VP will be Kamala Harris. Heard it here first. Fascinating. Red Libertarian all. Now, January 20th, 2021. Reddit Libertarian tweeted, can't kick the Biden-Harris regime change off without this fan favorite prediction
You're
from
not
2019.
goddamn done.
This was the last tweet
Oh, I like that.
Libertarian was able to make before being arbitrarily banned from the platform. No rule violation, no warning, and no appeal. Nuked. Now hold on there a minute. The Reddit Libertarian is back on Twitter. How is that possible? How is it possible that just the other day, the red-headed libertarian account has been unbanned? I tweeted it. The last tweet from the red-headed libertarian before arbitrarily getting banned was about predicting Biden and Harris. Her account was abruptly reinstated. The flux is not organic. Twitter is removing their political bans, and Elon just bought all the evidence. Now, that's my opinion. It's happening. It's a bold claim, but typically I make moves based on what I think is the most probable. It makes no sense that overnight, hundreds of thousands of people just re-signed up for Twitter. Perhaps tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands reactivated accounts. And then all of us, they were like, I'm quitting, and they just deactivate their accounts. But hold on, why are we seeing progressives lose tons of followers? I'll give you my theory. It's a wild theory. And it's just a thought, no real evidence to it. First, I do believe there are many people on the left that are abruptly leaving the platform. Sean King left, but he came back, so we'll see. But Katy Perry lost 200,000 followers. Certainly, Katy Perry's stans are not going like, I can't believe Elon got the platform, I'm quitting. Now, I'll tell you what I think happened. Entertain the idea for but just a moment, if you will. The internet was being dominated by freedom-loving voices. People say that the internet before 2016 was right-wing, but Donald dominated Reddit. Donald Trump won, but he couldn't do it. How did they do it? Well, it was unfettered social media. The people were allowed to talk, and the people stood up and said, we want freedom. People started getting suspended, banned. Alex Jones, Miley Yiannopoulos, Paul Benjamin, Laura Wilmer, Project Veritas more recently, Donald Trump. These voices were getting purged from the conversation. The red-headed libertarian was purged from the platform. Here's what I think. I think Twitter has a political algorithm that targets right-wingers based on certain things they might say, and it bans them arbitrarily, which is why there are so many oopsie accidents. Someone who's prominent accidentally gets nuked, and the algorithm wasn't supposed to catch them. So then when everyone complained to say that was a mistake, because the automated machine was blanket banning people and it caught someone who was too prominent. Don't worry. On the left, I'll tell you later. I think they created vacant house. A as in maybe Democrat aligned or progressive aligned organizations. Maybe Twitter was in on it. I don't know. I believe these accounts propped up left-wing Twitter profiles. There's no reason everyone would just flip overnight. And I'll break this down. Santiago Jupiter loses 27,000 followers on Tuesday. Something like that. Why? Because Elon Musk got one. Why wouldn't they quit the platform on Monday when the news broke that Elon won? They were like, I'm going to get on a free 24 hours of my labor. And that doesn't make sense. When tracking the numbers on Social Blade, the abrupt change happened seemingly overnight, a day after Elon Musk was announced to have won his bid. It was 2:53 p.m. on Monday, Eastern time, when the news broke. So you mean to tell me at this moment tons of people just flipped? No, sorry, makes no sense. There's a live Twitter tracker. They can see this. It was the next day, which says to me there was a ban. The simplest explanations. If Josie is getting reinstated abruptly after, what is this now? Over a year, her account was reinstated. A year later, seems like someone went in and removed some kind of code or algorithm that was banning people. I don't think Twitter employees are rushing through and clicking unban. It's possible as well. But considering Marjorie Taylor Greene gained nearly 100,000 followers, I gained 60,000 followers. I do not believe Twitter employees are working overtime going one by one through these accounts and clicking deactivate. It seems automated. It seems to have happened overnight. But the same can be true for why progressives are losing followers. I do not believe that progressives sat back on Monday and they went, wow, Elon won. Well, give me 24 hours before I shut my account. Now it's possible that when you deactivate your account, it doesn't register in someone's follower account until the next day. Okay. That's what I'm saying. It's a wild theory.
Wow.
At the very least, we will see something. I don't know exactly what I'm playing out, and perhaps it really is working. But considering Josie was unbanned
Totally
a
on.
year later,
Overtime.
that Josie was banned for literally no reason, I'm going to go ahead and say it. The most logical explanation is that Twitter operates an algorithm that targets right-wing individuals, people associated with the right or libertarianism, and bans them. And they've deactivated it. We'll see if we see anything. In another tweet, the same tweet, in another story from timcast.com, Senator Hawley is calling for a Twitter censorship audit. The junior senator from Missouri wants Musk to bring back transparency to social media. Good. Hawley's office released a letter the senator sent to Elon Musk, the presumptive future owner of Twitter, suggesting that the entrepreneur open the social media site to a public audit once he takes over. Yes, do it, Elon. Let's get it done. Elon. Yeah. Elon tweeted out, Truth Social is currently beating Twitter and TikTok on the Apple Store. He said, Truth Social, a terrible name, exists because Twitter censored free speech. He's right. Twitter had the opportunity to own this space. Fine. Vine was huge and fun and work. They knew it. They could have been Snapchat. They could have been TikTok. Instead, Twitter was taken over by psychopath ideologues who finally the platform and them. Truth Social is now number one. Another bit of evidence I think suggests that Twitter is playing good games. Jeff Bezos, said that the reason Truth Social is number one is because they just opened up their servers, the latency is over, and everyone's having access. But number one in the App Store means downloads. If people were already on the waitlist, that means they already hanging out. Makes no sense. People would be fleeing Twitter and Truth Social while simultaneously signing up for new accounts all at the same time. It's awful. But I don't think it makes sense. Stated in my recommendation. I don't know exactly how it will play out because Elon Musk still has to win. We don't know if he's going to cross that finish line. I think it's overwhelmingly likely he will. I think the left is in full on panic, desperate to claim he's broken the rules. He's broken the rules by tweeting. Here's an example of Twitter's left-wing bias, the Joe Rogan experience. Now, Elon Musk didn't break any rules. Elon Musk didn't even censor anybody. Elon Musk, in fact, did nothing. Is a handshake agreement so far. I mean, it's a contractual agreement, a good point. They're already acting like it's the apocalypse. They are lying about what's going on. They're de-verifying Gab. Why? I think the whole thing is outright insane. The sheer panic. The admission from some of these people that they know the political power they wield using Twitter. The one tweet that said it's going to be really dangerous for 2022 and 2024. It's quite amazing to me. People know on the left they cannot win elections if there is free speech. It's a terrifying prospect. These people have power in the first place. I'll throw something else. Elon, if you can buy Reddit, buy Reddit. You want to talk about dirty dealings, shady goings on? I'm willing to bet that if you look at Reddit, their internals, you will see election bursting at the seams. CEO Steve Huffman said they could sway an election if they wanted to. Did they manipulate algorithms? They shadow banned the dominant. You see, on Reddit, the number one subject basically was that out every day on the front page was nothing but Donald Trump memes. And so they said, we got to stop this from happening. Fine. If it's what people wanted, they can choose to unsubscribe. I'm throttling a caravan. Now, something really fascinating happened. Let me tell you about the dirty news. Donald, on Reddit, recognizing they were not long for that platform, created something called the Donald.win, which has since been changed to Patriots. It was about 6 months later when the subreddit was already shuttered. Reddit took the subreddit down, citing some kind of calls for violence or something like that. So Vijaya got it. Wow. She had a meeting with Elon Musk making over and told something, right? I'm going to bet that Vijaya Gade knows about the elite, amoral, unethical things they were doing, the malfeasance of Twitter, and how much do you want to bet they lied to Congress? They said, we don't
do what's played on my head.
Treated forced equally. You think they knew they were lying? I do. And how many of them may actually get investigated for it? Well, probably not. I don't think they'll get investigated at all. But perhaps they're still scared about it. Perhaps they know the public may react. Recently, NewsGuard gave the Daily Beast a new rating of fake news. The times they are changing, my friends. The machine is crumbling. We are storming that hill. I jokingly refer to Elon Musk as Gandalf and the rider, the Rohirrim, Lord of the Rings, the battle comes deep, and they're running at. It's a joke, calm down. But it seems like we are taking great ground with Elon Musk in charge. Now it's going to be up to us to do what we can to stand up. Those that are providing evidence of wrongdoing, whistleblowing, heroes, be brave. Stand up, speak up, because now is the time. I'll leave it there. The next segment's coming up at 8 p.m. tonight over at youtube.com/TimCastIRL. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you all.
And the lands between us shrouded by death's dark fate. Also burn the impenetrable thorn. Farewell, it is then. You'll be Elden Lord yet.
Like, how boring. This stuff is way cool. This long-awaited fight between Gaara and Saitama has not disappointed.
All right, guys, welcome back to Strong Successful Mail. So for
Oh
today,
boy,
we
it's
have our
time for the
email
big
that was
boys.
He's going to share his story about events that happened a few years ago, where ultimately he discovered and found his wife and his younger brother were having an affair. I mean, this is the worst thing that freaking happened. Your own brother hooking up with your wife. And ultimately, you're going to see how this guy gets revenge on them. And let me tell you, they get it. But here's the deal. You're going to see here where he plans his revenge on them, and initially what he does seems warranted. Unfortunately, things spiral out of control where it ends up being far, far worse than he actually intended. And ultimately, you guys, at the end of the story, you're going to see what happens to them. And some of you guys will think they got what they deserved. Other guys will say, no way, it was gone too far. And some of you guys will be kind of in the middle. But we shall see after I do the story, put it on YouTube. You guys comment away. I'll be curious to see your reactions to it. But let me tell you, it's not pretty. So it starts out, it says, Hi, SSM. I'm a 42-year-old guy with a 15-year-old son, and I appreciate the content you put out there. Sooner or later, I'm going to show my son your channel when he gets a bit older. Oh, bro, thank you for your support, and I thank you that you like my channel so much you want to show it to your son. He quite frankly, 15 years old, he got to start hearing this stuff now. But you can pick and choose what you might want to hear. Watch the videos, save the ones you think are going to be, good for a 15-year-old. So, but thank you. I have a story to share, but it's a pretty dark one. I was planning on sharing this story on Reddit and other forums, but after a young colleague of mine showed me your channel, I decided to share it with you instead. English is not my first language, so sorry in advance for any errors. And this guy is obviously in a different country, I'm not sure where, but somewhere other than the US of A. Before I share my story, I need to explain my relationship with my friend Tony, since he is the catalyst for all this. As Tony and I were best friends since grade school, he came from a family of lawyers and eventually became one himself. Lawyers where I come from are, he says, quotations, shady. Well, newsflash, I know plenty of lawyers, and lawyers are shady here too. It's in their nature. They're not all like that, but there's definitely shady lawyers around here. They take bribes and make deals with rich individuals to get certain outcomes. Newsflash, that happens everywhere. Tony was no different. Tony is a good guy at heart, but his shady dealings always make him afraid to get on his dark side. I work as a financial advisor for him and his side businesses, and according to him, I saved his butt multiple times. In short, he and I are close and he owes me one. The story. 3 years ago, I was 39 years old at the time, my wife was 37, and my brother, 23. We lived in a close proximity to my parents' house. We were a happy family for the most part, and I thought my life couldn't be any better. The average stories have started off like that. Everything was great. I thought my life could be better, blah, blah, blah. And then, boom. However, one day, while I was searching for some old photo albums, I stumbled upon a used pack of condoms hidden in my wife's nightstand. My wife and I haven't used contraception in a long time since we barely had any intercourse. I was busy with work. She was always too tired when I got home. Welcome to marriage after a while, guys, for you guys that want to get married. But how interesting. A pack of used condoms, the rack has been opened up, and then I used contraception. And she's always too tired when he gets home. Imagine that. Well, maybe because she was getting it elsewhere. You're going to see. That's what happened. I was furious and deeply wanted to confront my wife. However, I decided to investigate further in order to blindside her. It's amazing you're able to keep it under control. I booted up her laptop and went snooping on her social media for hours and found strange messages between her and my brother. The messages were flirty, and when I decided to look at the pictures and videos that they sent each other, I found an abundance of, wait for it, nude images and S-word videos. It gets worse as they were also smoking a certain substance, and I assume taking non-pharmaceutical drugs every time they met up. I almost threw the laptop in anger when I saw this. You know, you hear all these stories about things like this going on. It's like, why the hell are these people taking pictures and videos and putting that out there that is proof of what they're doing? And not to mention the fact that they're also in the videos and pictures using illegal substances, which in certain countries, even a certain substance here, not considered not that big a deal anymore. But other countries, your ass is going to jail. Stupid. My wife, brother, and son were all at my parents' house during that time, and I went there to confront them. I barged in the door and called my brother and wife every name in the book. Thankfully, my son was asleep upstairs, so he didn't have to see any of this. My parents tried to intervene, but when I showed them the evidence of the cheating, the room was silent. My brother ran, locked himself into the guest bedroom, while my wife just broke down. Well, he's a real man. Now let's backtrack here. He said at the time this went down, he's 39, the brother's 23, a substantial age difference. So this guy obviously had him early on, and the brother and his younger brother was probably like, oops, common broke type of scenario here. And was probably a spoiled brat.
Oh
hence,
shit!
as you're
Can I
gonna
use it?
hence the behavior here, because he's like
Probably not.
I get it's an awkward situation, but still. My mother told me to think about my son and how I shouldn't let him see me like this, so I decided to head back to my house to cool off. I was a mess, and when I got home, I just drank any bottle of alcohol I could find until I passed out. When I woke up, my phone had multiple texts and mother. I called my mother back, and she basically told me to get over. Oh, thanks, Mom. That's real loving. I'm glad to know that you love me so much that when you find evidence of my wife and younger brother hooking up, doing God knows what, and not to mention substances, that you tell me to just get over it. Yeah, thanks. I love you too. I was confused by this statement, but she elaborated that I need to keep my happy family together and how this was just a mistake made by my wife and brother. Bullshit. It's not a mistake. This was a well planned out thing that has obviously been going on for a while. But since this probably the younger brother is her baby boy, who she has to protect and no doubt spoiled, the older brother is treated like crap here. And she doesn't want to disrupt the family. Probably doesn't want word getting out about making her look bad. I would at that point be pretty much be like, all right, Mom, we're done. We're done. You're choosing that tramp of soon-to-be ex-wife over me and my piece of crap younger brother. We're done. I was furious at her, but she told me to come talk to them when I'm ready to talk like an adult. Yeah, goodbye. Have a nice life. A lot of you guys may think that maybe I'm too harsh. Like, how could you just talk that way to family or something like that? Well, family can be the biggest bunch of assholes you've ever seen. I'm sure some of you know this. Unfortunately, my family's pretty cool, but I do have some people in my family I don't talk to, but by and large, pretty good. But this, goodbye. Have a nice life. Have a nice life. My wife and son stayed at my parents' house. In the meantime, my chicken shit brother did so as to avoid seeing me around town. That brother deserves a 100% ass whooping. My brother was always the miracle child of the family. My parents had me in their early 20s, and they had my brother in their mid 30s. I didn't really mind that he was always getting the attention. I chalked up as him being the youngest. But now he's getting a free pass for effing my wife. I was seeing red, and I wanted to make them pay, but I just didn't know how. I don't blame you, and nobody else here doesn't blame you. They deserve something. Believe me. I called up Tony to get legal advice and to hook me up with a divorce attorney since I knew my marriage was over. I met up with him at a restaurant and we frequent, and I told him about the situation, showed him the evidence I gathered. I was hoping / expecting to hear some legal advice, but what he offered instead was a Tony told me he knew some shady police officers and district attorneys, ones who can get you prison time for the most minimal amount of evidence. At first, I was confused, but when so he got straight to the point and told me that he could have my brother and wife arrested for illegal drinking. Now, here we go, guys. This is the part where things get interesting because he could divorce her, but his brother decides to come out of the room, kick his ass, and write off the rest of the family, move on. Or he could pursue this. Well, you're going to see what happens and what really happens. When he told me about how it would go, I was conflicted about it. But then Tony told me that he was just looking out for me. According to him, if I divorced my wife, she would probably get custody, assets, and kick my butt in court unless I changed the situation, which probably would happen. I told him I couldn't do that as I feared that my brother would get kicked out of medical school and my wife wouldn't have any way of supporting herself if she had a criminal record. He reminded me of their betrayal and that if I had done things by the book, then I would see no justice on my end. Okay, so he does things by the book, divorces her, she's going to get custody, she's going to get alimony, she's going to have half the shit, and the brother walks away pretty much unpunished. Aside from maybe this guy kicking his butt, which probably the brother's so much of a pussy, he would probably call the police on him and he'd get busted for doing that. Or he could listen to his friend and lawyer's idea to change things around and then therefore then give him coming out on top. But there's a price for everything, guys, as you're going to see. I decided to take him up on this offer. He sizable amount to put everything into place. The initial plan was that the police officers would come in and arrest my brother's wife for illegal drug use with one of their escort videos as evidence, then do a clean sweep of the house. Tony guessed that they both get a couple of months of community service but have criminal charges on their record. So his friend and attorney think, okay, at best, community service, the criminal charges on their record, okay, they're going to get it, but not horribly bad. Although one could say criminal charges on your records can tarnish things for life, but okay. I decided to do it on a day where my son would go to his friend's house in order to avoid him getting involved. So I called my mother and said I'd be talking to the family after a week and schedule a day for us to sort things out. My family and wife reconciled, just forgive and forget about the infidelity, but actually that day was the day that I was going to bring the plan into action. I did not want my parents to get involved when my wife and brother had been hiding in their house the whole time with no intention of ever facing me one-on-one. Then I spent the entire week getting everything ready for the nuke that I was going to drop on my brother and wife's heads. I spoke with the officers in question in advance about the plan, got the family of my son's friend to accommodate him for a few days, and I quit drinking alcohol because it wasn't helping with the situation. And by the way, I want to point out that to get the police involved thing, he had a bribe, which, by the way, is illegal. The day came, the first thing I did was see my son off. He could tell something was wrong with me, but I just reassured him that everything was all right and sent him off to his friend's house. After my son left, I waited 30 minutes, then came to the house with the police officers in tow. My mother and father started screaming and shouting. I started to berate me, and she was getting cut. My brother started begging me not to do this. Well, I'm sure this all felt good for a few minutes this was going on, until you see what happens. I was unresponsive to any of them. I think this was the point where everything had hit me. The cheating, the lying, my mother's siding with my brother. It's like I froze in place. I snapped out of it quickly when I heard the police officer discussing what they found in one of the bedrooms. Uh-oh. They had found a stash of grass and other drugs. This was not in the plan, and because of that, more officers came and a detective was also called to the scene. So, things are not going according to plan. It's not going to be so smooth as you thought. We were all pushed substances in their house. My brother was sobbing uncontrollably. He was taken in a police van shortly after the house sweep. My wife swore that she had taken any drugs. It's the video that I submitted as evidence. She was taken away as well. Holy crap. My father didn't say anything. He was just looking out the window. My mother asked me if this is what I wanted, that I had ruined their lives to them. I didn't respond to my mother. Instead, I just walked out of the house and returned home. The whole event was traumatic. I instantly regretted what I had done. The officers I had paid, as soon as the cops came, nothing went as planned. You want to talk about unintended consequences? Well, it's going to get worse. It took me a few hours to compose myself. When I did, I pulled up time to explain the current situation. At the time, I was worried and afraid of what I just did, and I was too from the officer. He told me to relax, nothing was going to happen, but it looked pretty bad for my wife and brother. Tony told me that it was out of his hands now, and an investigation had been started. I should cooperate to avoid getting into trouble. My wife spent the night at the station and was bailed out by her father. When I saw her again, she looked depressed. She and her father came to my house to collect her belongings. I made it clear to them that she was not welcome in my home anymore. She started to cry and said that she was so sorry. She explained that I was busy with work and she was lonely. For you guys that watch my videos, how many times have you heard the same thing over again? They get caught, they get busted, consequences. I'm so sorry. And that you were busy with work and I was neglected. Well, then you talk to me, you communicate with me. The guy was obviously at work, plus me, but providing for the family, taking care of that. And if she was lonely, she felt neglected, talk to him. That's all you got to do. Instead, just go hooking up, let alone with his brother. Okay, what does it say about her character? Boo freaking who? Tough shit, we're done. No sympathy. Says how my brother manipulated her and forced her to use those substances when she was vulnerable. A 23-year-old bullshit. You are accountable to your own actions. I want to hear that crap. Again, the whole thing about accountability. She begged me not to. How she would spend her entire life. Sound familiar? She started to list down.
Never beat him. He's fucking standing there and all when he does that roar. Shit. Big old roar.
In other words, okay, you're my friends. Secretly have a crush on you. So you can hook up with all of them. Everything will be
Big
cool.
roar is the shit.
You see how these types go lose their minds once the guy says we're done and walk away? Most guys have the balls to do it. Offering her friends to hook with her friends. It's not so much she loves you. She would love a guy.
Damn, man.
You to hook up with her friends to make things even. And that goes how her mind works. I told her I was sorry, but I couldn't stay with her anymore. I asked her to contact me and let's forget her. Good. Make sure that there's proof of this. Otherwise, things could spiral out of control in the divorce situation. My wife started hysterically crying, and after this, her father had to pull her out of my house. I don't know how, but my son found out about my mother's actions. He did not take it well. I tried to comfort him and tell him everything was all right, but the whole situation messed him up. He started to avoid his mother like the plague and refused to see her. My son, who was once an outgoing, outspoken extrovert, became a reclusive shut-in who avoided all conflict. He still went to school, but that was that. He didn't visit his grandparents. He didn't go to his friend's house. He didn't even eat dinner with me anymore. Now, I want to know this is because he found out what he did with the uncle, or because of like the whole arrested and the drugs and the jail and all that. If it's because of what you did, the uncle, okay, you know, it happens. But with regards to the whole arrested and drugs, jail, all that stuff happens, guys. Is that, well, unintended consequences of what this guy was trying to do. 2 months passed and the investigation concluded. My brother was expelled from his university for essentially 5 years in university.
Hey, my man.
5 years is no easy thing.
For the second phase.
My wife was sentenced to 2 years there and got her teaching license revoked. Holy crap. Remember, his lawyer friend said, oh, community service and, their records, criminal thing on their records. No. Decent prison time, especially for the brother. And does this sound like this brother, the way he was crying? You think the other guy's going to handle prison very well? We got divorced 8 months after. I still had to pay her alimony and find her rights equally. But I got full custody with her getting supervised visitation when she got out. So after all this, his lawyer friend told, oh, no problem there. He still had to pay alimony. He still had to divide the assets. The only thing is, you got concussed because
Dang.
I stopped talking to my parents after the incident. They tried to reach out a few times, but I cut them off. I don't blame you there. Me and my son eventually recovered from the whole ordeal, but it took a lot of therapy and time. He's doing a lot better now and started talking to each other again. But I don't think the relationship wants it the way he wants ever again. Well, again, I want to know because I didn't find out what she did, or because of her going to jail and all that. My ex-wife is working with her father since she got out.
Oh.
She still says that I love her life, so you're interested to get back together.
No,
Nigga. The alimony that I sent. My brother gets released in 2022, but I still feel some remorse for taking
Watch for that.
explosive
Finance. Breaking me up. Yeah, he was.
I still think about what I've done, about how everything would have been gone if I didn't take Tony's offer. Well, you make your bed and you lie, you can't change the past, dude. I feel like I made everyone else's lives worse by dropping a nuclear bomb on them. Me and my son are doing better now. My parents, my ex-wife, my brother have had their happy lives seemingly come to an abrupt end. If you read this, thank you, SSF. I wish the best for you and your viewers.
Wow. What?
Okay then guys, so we've got an interesting one today, one that I didn't think I'd be covering, but it's been around for a couple of days now, and this news is a little bit crazy because players are now being banned. Yeah, I know, we're going to jump straight into it right now, but before we do, if you'd be so kind to smash the beautiful blue thumbs up and subscribe with post notifications turned on, it'd be greatly appreciated. We've also just launched our mental range match that you will find down in the description. All of this helps me out an absolute ton, so feel free to check it out. Anywho, let's crack on with the video. Now, there does seem to be an item of armor in this game that is getting players soft banned, and that's literally just by picking these up if dropped by other players. Now, you can't actually obtain this armor set whatsoever in the game unless you hack into it. Now, you can't hack into it and cheat in this game without bypassing the Elden anti-cheat system, and that is simply just owning the parts that is going to actually cause you a soft ban. Now, as this has previously been reported, players have discovered that a cut pair of underwear in the game called the Deathbed Smalls was meant to be a part of the NPC Fiona's armor set. Although unobtainable in the game right now, they have been in the game files now for a little while. Now, what happens if you actually have this? According to a couple of Reddit users actually owning these items, they have managed to get them in unnatural ways, therefore actually being these third-party websites that you guys can purchase runes or armor sets, weapons, all of that good stuff. You can actually buy those from websites, and people have been purchasing this armor piece because it's not been seen in game yet, and by just owning these armor pieces, it is giving you a soft ban and blocking players from being online inside of Elden Ring. Now, this is a massive issue, and something which is going to be a cause and effect sort of thing. They have also been apparently contacting Bandai Namco and submitting tickets to request the ban to be reversed. And the response that people have actually received is that they would like to inform them to remove any modified data and characters in their PC units to avoid this from reoccurring, as the next possible suspension may be permanent. So just owning this armor set may actually cause for a full-time Elden Ring ban. Now, what people are also finding out is that just deleting this item alone is not going to save you inside of this. You have to physically delete the save file of which this was owned. Now, this is a very rare item to say the least, and one I'm not too sure why you want to own. Now, what seems worse is that actually is general players that are just invading people's games and dropping these items. So you as an unsuspected player will pick them up and the soft ban gets kicked in. It's absolutely mental to notice the thing, although in the recent patch of 1.04, apparently and supposedly this has been removed, although which is allowed unauthorized items to be passed to other players. So it does seem that the issue may have been fixed. And there are people that have been contacting Bandai Namco to try and get some more information with regards to this, although we don't have anything in solid right just yet. It is really interesting to make that piece of armor can actually suspend your account and take you offline for good, and potentially even eradicate you from the game altogether. This is but a big issue for a small thing. So if you happen to get the piece of armor that's on the screen right now, please do not pick it up. This is definitely not worth you not being able to play the game again. This is definitely not worth you being able to not play online again. So this is just not worth it as an overall, as the armor piece itself is relatively irrelevant. You may find the novelty in it for the first 30 seconds, but after that point, are you generally going to go to the end of the piece and start taking it out whilst wearing this? Most definitely not. So don't take the risk and don't pick up an item that is named this. Just make sure you stay safe out there, guys. It does not seem to be worth the risk as an overall. That's all we've got for today, and hopefully this has been patched out. Hopefully people do not have the access to be able to get hold of this anymore, although it is still on websites from what I have seen as of today, which is the 21st of April 2022. People are still being able to buy it on third-party websites. So I don't know if this patch has actually been put into place properly, as I don't feel like testing it out myself and taking the risk of a soft ban. Anyway, that's all we've got time for today. Thanks again for watching, guys. I appreciate all of you down faces. If you haven't already, smash the like button and subscribe with post notifications turned on. And like I said originally, check out our new merch store, which is the Mental range. It helps me out greatly. Every piece definitely helps me get going to full time a little bit better. Thanks again for watching. Appreciate all your faces. And as always, up until next time, I'll see you in the clouds.
Look, it is no secret nor surprise that bleed is overpowering Elden Ring. Grab a bleed weapon, whack something you want it, destroy the game. But hey, there has to be a way to do it better, right? This is perfect bleed. Welcome to what I truly believe might actually be the best build in Elden Ring. I know, Melania. But what about PvP? I hear you ask. But what about a boss that needs to bleed? I hear you cry. Yeah, this doesn't need to bleed.
Whoa. I will.
Huh. So bleed survived the latest patch. Okay, let's do this thing. How can you make the best, most perfect, highest damage, versatile bleed build possible for the entire game? Bleed is overpowered, but what is the overpowered version of overpowered bleed? And the answer to that question, I mean, is this. The damage this does, even without the guaranteed bleed per attack, is, and I don't use this phrase lightly, Monkey cuckoo bananas. Of course, then the primary goal is to eliminate the one single weakness bleed has, and that's fighting something that's either super resistant or outright immune to bleed.
Oh,
Let's
you
achieve that.
just trying to blow me though.
The damage. A simple concept, but is it executable? Well, you're seeing it is executable as I show how executable all the bosses are with it. We have ourselves a situation where we abuse a combination of four core pillars that lets us, well, generate existence. The first is a power stancing curve swords and the aerial attack mechanism. It hits 4 times. Rapid hits in quick succession unlock a whole world of damage boosting that we will get to. 2. Using that world of damage boosting that rapid hits in quick succession do well actually damage. 3. Use the fact that we are doing aerial attacks to take advantage of the quite surprising amount of ways you could boost aerial attack damage. 4. Of course, the bleed itself, the damage that does, and the damage doing bleed gives off. Let's go into a little bit more detail then. The weapons in question, let's go with this first off. This is the perfect weapon for this. The actual bleed, which we want, it is the voltly setting this to bleed affinity, and of course the ability to get seppuku. Zebekino is knows from people, it's invisible, and behind slick, and on top of the giant, Samus can with curved sword, in just on the body, and Mount Yellow. So very quick, easy grabs. So the key here is because we will obviously have ATRK to fuel massive amounts of bleed procs happening. What we want is to not set your weapons to bleed. To bleed. The natural seppuku, believe me, you will be getting enough bleeds, one per jump, unless a very rare, very resistant enemy comes before you. So what we actually do is set them to a cull. This achieves one key thing. Makes the weapon scale really nicely with Arcane in terms of its physical damage, puts it at a nice B. This means along with our 80 Arcane, we actually hit really hard with just our raw physical damage, which means that we don't need to rely on the bleed. It's just extra on top of already ridiculous output from just the pure sword swings in the air. So that air then, we then give an extra little kick by the Raptor's chest, an extra 10% to aerial attacks, and of course the Talisman that gives an extra 15% damage to aerial attack. That's already really good. But remember I said we're attacking 4 times in the air because that's the curved sword aerial power stance moveset. Well, this lets us add 3 other really potent little bits to the build. The Rotten Winged Talisman, which gives you up to 30% more damage as you rapidly attack, and after just 2 jump attacks, this is maxed out. Millicent's Prosthetic, exact same effect, but 20% instead of 30%, all good. These are both from the ending rewards of the Millie quest line, whether you choose to help her to get the Rotten Wind, or go against her and get the Millie's Prosthetic. Made the decision, either get the dropped or New Game Plus it, but simply no. Then we go to our wondrous physic. Got a bit of stamina management in here just so we can jump spam easier, but the key is this here. The crying there is actually the sounds of all of the enemies that you'll be using it on. This does the same thing as the talismans, up to 20% more damage the more you attack quickly. Which means after 2 aerial attacks, which were already boosted by 25% just as baseline, you are dealing an extra 70% damage. And it's actually more than that because this is all multiplicative, but I'm keeping it simple for you. Finally then, we have the actual bleed. That just does a flat chunk of the enemy's health, but it also activates, of course, Bloodlord's Exaltation from the dungeon under Leyndell, and the White Mask from the triple White Mask invaders in the Lake of Blood in the Blood Palace, combining for an extra 30% damage for 30 seconds when bleed happens. So let me just put this into perspective, what actually happens when you leap at the enemy and do your first aerial attack, which, by the way, is, of course, buffed by Flame Gravity Strength and Golden Bell for an extra 35%. Most of the bosses you're seeing me kill here was on a level 120-ish build. So I didn't even have Golden Bow on most of them, didn't have the spare fave points, but on 150, which is still fairly low-ish, of course you can comfortably get that. This is the stat spread, and it really is that simple. The power to level ratio here is off the charts. You jump, hits for 4 times. This will do the damage that it does, and proc a bleed. You then jump again and hit for a second 4 times. This second round of 4 attacks is boosted thusly. Yeah, you can see busted out the Notikuku bananas earlier. This is why this is so good. This is why it's so perfect. Because truthfully, this isn't even really a bleed build. Bleed's there, of course, and it happens a lot, but any curved sword spamming aerial attacks with this setup would do a ridiculous amount of damage. You'd lose the bonus damage from the bleed, but still. And you can see why the real key to unlocking this is going occult affinity, so you actually keep a lot of physical damage, as opposed to bleed for a little bit of extra bleed, which you don't need. You see me jumping into bosses and hitting them for about 4,000 just from the actual weapon attacks, never mind the bleed. Yo, what's up, guys? Welcome to the Fresh and Fit podcast. was he laughing? That's when y'all can talk, bro. Rich will play for y'all thing, man. Let's get into it. Let's go.
This is all.
So we are back. We are back. What's up, guys? Welcome to the Freshman Fits podcast. We're here with all right, guys. So we make a joke right before the show, right? We were. And if you saw the show yesterday, Chris basically was like, we're doing last thoughts, and one of the girls had like flew in from LA, right? So and Chris always, shouts girls out when they travel to come be on the show, or whatever it may be. So he was like, shout to the first come from LA. What? Shout to the first come from LA. What? He was like, shout out to the spray tan. So yeah, bro, no one understands Chris. And then anyway, with that said, quick announcement, guys. Oh, by the way, Pokemon gotta catch you all. So, supporters, man. Give us our own Pokemon card, pressure fit. Put those in the tweet said, this was all the haters, every single episode. Shout out to you, bro. And verified. So, fresh as Star Launch. Shout out to Vercellis. I think that's his name that made this card. So shout out to you. Yeah, shout out to you, bro. Those are really cool, man. And what's that's on it? It says destroys all the haters of every single episode. There you go. 100. Yep. But what a fitting day, huh? Oh, look at that shit. There you go. All right, cool. So quick announcement, guys. So number one, patreon.com/first all the behind the scenes content there, guys, that you can't get anywhere else. Also, guys, check us out on Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. Every single platform you listen to on the podcast, we're there. Just make sure you wear headphones. And then also, real back with the Patreon, guys, we're probably gonna have the Zoom call Friday. Okay. I don't think we're gonna have an after hour show. What we're gonna do instead is we're gonna have Jason Capital, shout out to him. He's gonna come in, right? Y'all just heard it just now, and then we're gonna have a call-in show, and then we're gonna do the Zoom call after. Okay, guys, because we definitely want to make sure that we get y'all this sauce. And in the Zoom calls, guys, we talk about everything from real estate to cryptocurrency to dating. We don't have to worry about YouTube, filtering, so we can say exactly what we want to tell y'all when it comes to girls getting in shape and everything else like that. Because there's a lot of politically incorrect things that we can't say here on YouTube, guys. We got to keep it clean for y'all. Okay, and you guys know that they're gunning for us, man. They are trying to cancel us. So we've had our channel taken down twice, man. So the haters are out there. Yes, that's a fact. And then what else, Chris? Oh yeah, merch, guys. FreshShirtPodcastStore.com. Go ahead and get the shirts there and the hoodies. You guys want to hear something funny, right? So right before the show, Fresh is like, "Hey, you notice anything new about me?" And I was like, "Yeah, you're wearing some other dude's clothing line. You're wearing their pockets, not ours." It's like, and then we were laughing at him, and this nigga goes, "Oh, I wasn't wearing earrings. I'm not wearing earrings." So we're like, "What the fuck?" Like, what the fuck? I'm like, look at you know it's me, and then different. I'm on the whole time. Me and my like, what the fuck is that talking about? That's like Twitter was serious, bro. They noticed the diamonds in my ears. Like, they were like, bro, like I can't see you doing the daytime or nighttime. What the fuck? You see you doing the daytime shows, man. People watching, watching. I'm talking about the question. Like, yo, what is fresh? This nigga fight actually said about how the book. Damn, person, you can't say your last man. What the fuck? Sydney's probably that you know, man. I mean, no, man. I said, oh, them there, drug as fuck, was fucking there. Chris the worst, bro. Like, you don't tell nobody nothing. You'll just see a flash coming in your face, brother.
What? 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 Shut up, son.
He's drinking the street spot, right? Yeah. He gets lit. Actually, no, fuck that. Before on the podcast, he started drinking. Then the spot for food. I mean, the club is like,
Here we go.
I don't think he's saying, drinking.
Like, any Christmas small last night, so I'm sorry to say, that bitch next tomorrow was breaking. I know, it's not bro. I mean, you know, the next year, so you should get them. You can try that right now. No, man, and not only that, Chris, besides you just recording everything without people even know what the fuck is going on, because like, wait, Chris, so it's like whatever. The best part is the people that don't know him. So you don't tell nobody. You're recording this shit, and they're like, nigga, like, well, the girls know me, so it's cool, man. I ain't worried about it, man. Of course, it's good thing. So, and then, okay, any other announcements? Okay. It's cool. Yeah, check out the YouTube channel. It's called Fresh Spectacular. If you guys want to got time to watch the full podcast, go check out the best parts. Our clip channel, guys. Yo, I was looking at the numbers. 75% of the people that watch that channel are not subscribed, bro. Yo. What, man? Yo, just like the video, subscribe to the channel and hit that red button, bro. Please. And a lot of people actually like the clip channel better than this because they get to just like get like the bites out of sparks. Yeah. So check it out over there. And then if your attention span's even small, check us out on Fresh Spectacular, guys. We want to run that channel up, guys, because that was like the best one because it's like
Oh,
60
shit.
seconds. So
Right.
you get all your first fit needs done right there at work. So you know, get on the footage. And
Check me with the shadow put on last time. Eat this motherfucking hammer.
I'm gonna report it from blog because that's kind of weird. And also, this for calls on post too. Who said that? Allegedly. Yeah. Thanks, man. All right, guys. By the way, blog channel's up. We're going up in views and subscribers. Put together away. Let's talk videos, live streams, and also get behind the scenes of what I do, what Myron does, and most
You know what?
importantly,
It's just
girls.
calling a couple
Check out the
of
blog channel. Put together away. Music and we're up. There you go.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, can you get pull up both the names with you real quick? But yeah, also guys, I have another YouTube channel. It's called Fed 1811, guys. On that YouTube channel, what I do is I basically break down criminal cases for you guys. The last case I broke down was I broke down a case that I actually did myself while we were arrested a border patrol agent back in 2016 who was trying to meet up with an undercover agent posing as a mom with 2 children. And yeah, basically we got him for child enticement, federally with he probably the closest I ever came to shooting a suspect. But when we did the takedown, he like reached this way, and I thought he had his gun, which definitely did actually have it. But you know, you guys got to see the rest of it. I got to go over to Fed on the next episode of Fed 1811T and check it out over there. But no, it was a great case. And then I'm breaking down a study case as well. I did another the Confectionery, the Casanova, the OT, for the whole block case, or Rico indictment, you know, when they went over there and they shot at BT off. So I break down a lot of social cases, guys, and hip hop, and then also I do like other ones, big cases I did with Dwayne Maxwell, and I did Jeff Petson. So if you guys want to see an insight to how criminal cases are done from a federal agent's perspective, from back in the day, check out that channel, and you guys get to see some more different groups.
my man.
What about the curriculum? It's a variety, you know, things kind of thing going on. Y'all seen that? The viral clip? It's crazy. I gotta wait until I know all the facts. Yeah, man. I don't know all the facts. I don't know what's going on. I've seen both sides kind of, but I don't. Man, I'm gonna say, man, Steve was a good guy, man. Home say. Yeah, I met him. He was a nice guy. I met him in Scranton. It's a different kind of girl. You know, hope nothing crazy comes out of it. Man. Oh, we pay man for a free payment. It wants to work. So, yeah, these topic is so today's topic, we're going to talk about So quick little recap. Okay, so the other day, right? The other day, I check my Instagram and I get a bunch of DMs. Yo, yo, what's the name for that? I was like, what? That's the one? I was like, that's whatever. Because that's all. So I had heard the name, but I don't even know too much about her because, guys, I don't watch Twitch. I'll be 100% transparent. I don't watch Twitch because I don't play video games anymore. I gave up playing video games so that I would try to be more efficient in what I do. I have a very competitive personality. And I'm the type of guy, like, if I'm doing something, I want to do it all the way. So, I don't really watch Twitch like that. You know, besides when we stream and stuff like that, I get most of my content on the left. I watch a lot of finance stuff, I watch a lot of real estate stuff. That's my focus on. So I go and I look at her, she's breaking down this whole ass video of this. When we're talking mentioning Instagram. So what we've done, guys, is we've actually taken portions of that breakdown and go and we're actually going to react to it for y'all. And I'm not going to attack the person out. I know that's like what I'm going to go, what we're going to do. So, I'm just going to attack the arguments because the one thing that stuck out to me, guys, is that he has a very similar thought process to a lot of people that come from these films. And unfortunately, this thought process is why the dating marketplace is where it's at. Why so many modern day women aren't happy? Why relationships aren't as flourish? Why do divorce rates are high? It all stems from similar talking and thinking points that she established during the stream. And the thing is, too, why I want to bring this to everyone's attention is that, what, is this chick like the #1 female Twitch streamer or some shit like that? So she has a big audience, right? And a lot of people agree with how she views things, which is why we're in the situation that we're in now. Okay.
Yeah,
And
dang.
we actually have a video. The video.
I got way close to
We're gonna stop it and talk about certain points that she made. But yeah, we'll go from there. So let's pull up who she is, guys, because some of you guys might not know who she is. I understand some of you guys might not know Twitch or the streaming community in general.
So let's find out who Pokemon is.
Yeah, Pokemon. Yes, it's like,
You know what? I'm only going to give you one fucking hour.
all right, so
I ain't
this is what she is,
my
guys.
story either.
She's basically a Twitch streamer. I think she became famous in 2013, right? She started. I didn't even know she was Moroccan.
I Canadian too.
Yeah, Canadian Moroccan personality. Yeah, she's just before me. Yeah, 96. She was born when Jordan was still playing for the Bulls, man. Yeah, so she's fairly young. She's currently the most followed woman channel on Twitch. She is best known for her live streams on Twitch, broadcast video game content, most notably in League of Legends and Fortnite. She's a member and co-founder of Offline TV and Online social entertainment group of content creators. So that's what she is, guys. Twitch streamer. For some of you guys that don't know, Twitch, started off as like a video game streaming platform first. Now it's kind of expanded. They have talk shows on there. They have people just watching, reacting to stuff. Yep. It's kind of like YouTube. It's actually a competitor of YouTube. I mean, it's not nearly as much market share, but it is a very popular platform and a lot of content creators over there.
It's all live streams, so there's no
All
live
live streams.
recorded videos, all live.
Yeah, exactly. So this is what she is, guys. So now that we know who she is, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the video. And we got 3,300 of you guys in here. So do me a quick favor. Like the video. Let's read some of these chats real fast.
Yep. This is funny, man. Our content, I mean, our content is funny because a lot of people react to it from all over the world. Twitch, YouTube, freaking.
Oh, quick little update for the people too. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. Guys, we're gonna be on the Australian talk show tomorrow, 6:20 p.m. Okay. There was a big time difference, guys. So we kind of there was some differences with there's some differences with as far as like we thought it was one time, they thought it was a time, but we basically were able to get it down to 6:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Miami time tomorrow. It's gonna be 8:20 a.m. Sydney time. Okay. And this radio station is #1 radio station in Australia. We're gonna talk about our views on Instagram. Okay, because that seems to be the hot topic that everyone's like, oh, you guys are saying, oh God, you're cheating. Well, there's a multi-varied, explanation as to why we come to that conclusion that the modern day woman is not going to admit to you guys, all right? So, but we're going to break that down on that show, and we're also going to talk about it tonight here. Okay, so what do we got here? So shout out to all our guys from down under, man. Okay, thank you for putting up with the headache so we don't have to. My boss got better from yesterday's after our show. Thanks, my fellas.
Come on.
That's
I told you, bro.
Big Al, a woman with no Instagram or social media protects her household, family, relationship, and marriage. Okay, thanks so much, Big Al. $10. Need juice. Thanks for advice. My credit is up 46 points just a couple weeks. P.S. I'm at lunch, so I got my pants on. Good stuff, my friend. Shout out to the Dutchies in the chat. Up and up, let's get. That's from Randall, man. Thank you so much. $5 from Miss Plug HD. All the way from the Netherlands. Free Vibes Cartel. Suriname. Yeah, we're a boss. Red Silver. I know Prince BBC is your wingman plant. You clever as fuck, boy. I see you. Keep playing up. Looking forward to the show FNF fam, the real ones.
Nigga, how am I gonna do a show and type that super chat in multiple times, bro? Are you crazy, bro?
Yeah, I said your wingman. Wingman here. Right, he got that's too advanced for pro.
Yeah.
He don't love you, Bob. I saw y'all face reaction on Instagram for Flair. Kudos to one that was doing it. Okay? That's one made it about it. Feedback.
Yeah, with his
Oh really?
yeah.
But yeah, you have to go hard in the paint, bro. Like you gotta really don't say this, man. Not I fucking love it. You know, whenever you guys call us or they put a Chris in the Discord, part of me smiles and said, we got a bunch of gifts as well from you guys in Kill Box. Looking hats here, and it's something here as well. Yeah. So thank you guys so much for that. Ron Benchy, $2. Thanks so much. Wavy Rich, yo, what's episode y'all did with
Boy, why are you throwing goddamn tuna?
Production, Benchy again. After last night, my Tylenol on standby from now on. That's the Mother Gaming. You know what? Thank you for that $200 super chat, by the way, bro. I appreciate that. We don't forget you, man. There's also other guys that, donate to the show, and I said before, bro, that money goes into, goes right back in, whether it's studio equipment, marketing, promotion, boats, the boat parties that we've been hosting, all that other stuff. Like, honestly, man, all that shit goes right back in, guys. Samoan Bam 94. I see you fresh. Okay. $2. Be nice. Let Chris shine on his IG fresh outfit fire, bro. Okay.
Like outfit, man.
I don't. What is it? Like what are supporters? I don't know what it means, but it's a supporters. They send it to you. Oh, okay. That's okay. I'm over here thinking it's like a name brand or something. I didn't know it's supporters. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. $5. Venom. It's funny how someone who makes a living off Sims would have an issue with the winning ID. $5 Big Al. After what happened last night, can you dedicate an episode to Xena on the Fennec channel?
You should, man.
Sure. I run on the goals.
Sure, funny.
Break down her fraud case. Big Al, $5. After what happened last night, no, sorry. Get her on the show. That's $5 from Khalil Butler. Yeah. Big cool by selling. Cool with it. I don't mind hopping on the show. Khalil Butler. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, sure. We can take you through the process. Jason, last time, FNF, what I thought y'all was going to be doing a radio show today. Just Thursday. We had to push it back because I got some before. I thought it was a day. They thought it was a day. They're a day ahead, guys. So that's why. And by the way, we said the S word on Twitch. So did we? Yeah, we did. Oh, okay.
YouTube.
And host. Okay. Gridlock 74, thank you. And then Venom, she is so dependent on herself.
Hey, Derek, you still there?
Oh, no. He said hey, Derek. Yeah. Hey, Daddy and Uncle Chris. Pause. Watch for just a second.
Bro, chill.
Okay.
Then we got the 2 more.
And actually, that makes a point here. That's actually I'm gonna add that to my notes real quick.
3 more.
Why girls do that? Any constants, some in the suit, okay? $2, Bo Chris. First looks like testicles, haha, Mr. Winkles, okay? And then $5, put 1. Myron, did you the FBG Mooski interview and Lil J on stage? Mooski ain't say much, but seems like he's recovering. I didn't see that interview, but I'll go check it out. Alan Alik, $1. Thank you so much. And then Zentius, about to close on a real estate endeavor in a major Texas city. Here's one real estate guy to another. Cheers. Medicine was my main deal. Passive income was as a real estate and business owner. Cheers, guys. I'm actually going to close on the property, guys, on Monday. We might have plenty Monday for y'all, assuming we close and everything goes smoothly. This Monday after, and I'll tell you guys how I found that deal. It's a duplex, and I'll walk you guys through all the numbers and how we were able to. Especially with interest rates, man. I'm going to talk to you guys. I'm going to show you guys how I was able to get my interest rate down, too, because the interest rates are fucking crazy right now. They're going up. Like you're able to literally a couple months ago, you're able to get an interest rate at 4 or 3%. Now it's up to 6. So I'm gonna show you guys how I was able to bring it down. Into my zone. Hey, Fresh, what percent of men you think are socially calibrated? Also, how can you get away with not drinking any stuff? Bro, honestly, bro, I've been in the scene for quite some time now, and I would say less than 10% of guys are fully calibrated because so they don't know about the girls. You think they do, they really don't. And to see a guy with a daughter doesn't know what he's doing, so she's walking all over him, you need to know. Secondly, regarding drinking, it's funny because I don't go to club, I don't drink at all because I want to be fond of mine and alcohol very as well. But what I do is I'm going to drink of maybe like Friday, like, third drink. But the thing is, alcohol is nothing. We'll drink it all. That's how you do it, guys. It's a fake cocktail. And the poor said, N-word really funny telling on TikTok was the best because people found out that the clip was supposed to be saying it. The N-word clips are all hilarious. Yeah. Okay. And that's the problem when you're politically correct. When you're politically correct, well, people want to try to campaign for anything. So that's why, like us, we're just like, man, we don't care. Like, we're gonna say we want to say. If people want to do it, oh my God, okay, those are the little fun for it. Okay. So let's put this clip right here, man. This is totally happened to us on the old video where we're talking about using Instagram as a girl is cheap. Okay, and Chris, yeah, I'm looking at it. Okay, you got it for us. Yeah, it is. It's not what guy David put that helped us with making this video so that we can make that's for you guys. So the first timestamp is well, we can play it for a bit and then yeah.
I'm so sorry. It's really hard not. It's really hard to talk about this because like that's so funny. Like, what if my whole name was like I named myself beautiful. I'm beautiful and that's gorgeous. I don't know, man.
All right, well,
So this is the Fresh and Fit podcast.
yeah, she's basically trying to make fun of Ryan Fresh.
It's old, bro. You know how I know?
Yeah.
It's an old ass CEO chain.
Yeah, that's how you know. That's when Fresh was going in the street. That's oh, the Eve. Yeah, the Eve. All right, what's up to you on?
I don't know who's fresh and I don't know who's fit. But one is one and the other is the other. Okay?
Well, I was
Based on the way I look.
fit there, I would say.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to. Okay. We're not the same. We're not the same at all. Okay. I'll give you guys an example. Can I get into a nightclub for free? Just based on the way I look? Pause real quick, guys. So I want to establish this real fast. So I'm going to systematically
What's up, man?
talk about because a lot of these issues come from this one premise that women have incorrect thinking that men and women are the same. So number one, step one, we're all human beings. All human beings are meant to procreate. Okay, so step one, we're humans. Step two, our purpose is to procreate. Step three, there's two genders. Now that sounds crazy nowadays, but there's two genders, guys, men and women. Okay, and each gender has a different mating strategy. Okay, now for me, it's unlimited sex with as many girls as possible. Right, unlimited sexuality, we say with our boy Will Smith. For women, I'm gonna switch it up a little bit, Roll. I mean, you might have a different definition. Mine is unlimited security with quality. Okay? So men want the most, women want the best. All right, that's just how it is. And if you guys think about it, really think about that. Each strategy is kind of counterproductive to the opposite gender. In other words, if a guy gets with a girl, right, and he's monogamous, what are you doing? Suppressing his sexual strategy. If the woman fucks a guy gets with men, and he doesn't provide security, that's going against her sexual strategy. Okay? So someone has to concede in the relationship typically. Okay? Now, here's the problem though. We live in a world now where the female sexual strategy is respected more and upheld more. And I'll take it a step further. We have economic backing, right, to strengthen the female sexual strategy. Y'all believe me? The family courts. Look at the Me Too era. Look at how the criminal justice system punishes men far more severely for the same crimes. Okay? We have an entire economy based around making women be pedestalized and their sexual strategy being, how do I say this, prioritized over men's. Okay? So we're not the same whatsoever. And as a matter of fact, if you really look at it, right, the way the economy is set up and everything else like that, where women enjoy all the privileges and advantages from being a woman,
the economy in itself and the fact that the society that's gynocentric is sexist. But women will sit there and try to tell y'all that they're oppressed. They're not oppressed at all. Because I can't think of one privilege or right that a man enjoys that a woman doesn't. Okay? Pretty much, and well, some of y'all might say, I'll give a damn about their paper. That's a dumbass argument I get from the girls most of the time. Well, actually, men are far more likely to be the victims of violent crime. Almost 2 to 3 times as much. So what are you talking about? You know? Because women can do everything men can do while still enjoying the benefits of being treated like a lady. You know? They can't pick and choose when they want to be a dude. Right? It's like it just doesn't operate that way. And if they do pick and choose, they get punished for that shit. But women don't get
What was that shit? I never saw that movie before.
Say we have different sexual strategies, which automatically is going to make approach in dealing with the other gender different. And it's automatically going to make the way we view the world different. And we have different genitalia biology, which is automatically going to make us sit there and think we're the same, and we're not. Okay, but they will not concede to the fact that they get so many different advantages and benefits as a woman that a man will never enjoy. So, in other words, women only complain about sexism when it doesn't benefit them, but they don't bat an eye when they get all those other perks that they want in men. So,
well said.
All right, cool. So now that we've established men and women are different and we're on an even playing ground now, let's continue on.
Maybe. If you have enough
So, okay. So, so I can't get into a nightclub for free based on my look. Can I sell feet pictures for hundreds, if not thousands?
This the fight you like?
Pause. He's stupid. Again, I can't tell you how many times I've had girls. The point of girls when you speak to what she's trying to say, oh, I pay for porn. But you make money on OnlyFans? Bruh, like when women say this, it is disingenuous and it's not true. Okay? I understand it's a different organ. All these guys in the industry that make money, they have everything like that. So it's brilliant. Average guys can never do that. Look, I get around all the time. I was always teaching. I said on OnlyFans. OnlyFans joke me. It's going to work. But most guys definitely can't even do it either. So we're just saying, look, at the end of the day, your point of origin is going to be in the industry making money. That's a small business. Most guys can never do that at all. And not only that, bro, it's even funnier because we even told her, guys aren't going to make as much money as you. It's like, what are you talking about? Guys make more money than we do. And I was like, what? And she's like, yeah, they'll do more seeds. And I'm like, you fucking dumb bitch. He has to do more seeds to make as much money as you. He has to do 5 times as much as you do. So she makes 1 seed, 500 bucks. Like, something like that. They make 1 seed $100. Yeah. He goes, I think he makes this much. I'm like, yo, he did 5 seeds, nigga. You did 1 seed. Yeah. There is no logic. But they'll sit there and they'll try to say, oh, well, you can make money too doing this, or you're capable of doing this too. Listen, when girls try to say that, like, oh, there's girls thirsting on guys' Instagram, or there's guys out there that make a lot of money on OnlyFans to smash a chick, or there's guys out there that pull chicks or whatever, there's one small minority of men that are able to get away with it because I've already shown this before. We put up a fucking chart on this podcast. Even the most attractive men, and I'm like, yeah, I'm getting to show this shit. Chris, I'm going to the show real quick on television, if you can dig it up real quick from the other night that I showed. They put this on dating apps. Okay, keep it, right? And the reason why I'm dating apps
God damn, Dallas.
with the opposite gender, you can assume the nice one because there's anonymity, so people are being sensitive with eyes. That's why I like dating online dating apps. And they
Bro, he parried the first one. He's a mean motherfucker.
So all of the things out there that think, oh, it does. No, in reality, what I'm saying is fucking facts. You take that French girl, she's running laps around the top tier guys on these same dating profiles, guys. Somebody who struggle on Tinder, Bumble, and etc. is because women are literally looking for a very small percentage of men on online dating apps. Period. Okay? So you cannot sit there and try to complain and say, oh, we're well, if I can make a lot of money selling these things, whatever, that's a small minority of men that is statistically insignificant when you compare to the amounts of men that get ignored and colored online dating. Okay? Now, I'm just going to show you all this stuff right now to prove my point. Chris, you know? There we go. It's been important. See, I'm gonna find you. You have anything you want to add to that? Well, I just find it funny, man. It's like they say we can do it too, but I guarantee you, the small percentage that they know. The boy Jimmy Smith, one of the top under the home fans, what he's saying, and even said though, like a girl like I'm a girl to make little money because guess what? She's a girl, niggas want the girl. So regardless of how you think, at the end of the day, girls have a monopoly on sex because sex sells for girls anyway. So yeah, it's an arena that we can't compete with them. Like by her logic, oh, you know what? Like girls could dress 225 too. Yeah, but it's statistically insignificant enough. I'm not going to use them. I'm not going to say this. Like that's like you talking to girls. Well, there's girls that could dress 225 too. You guys should be able to do it. And so most girls can do it. There's a small percentage. I'm gonna see. I sell on OnlyFans. Send me a check. There you go. You guys can give me stuff. This is one. Alright, but yeah, all jokes aside, guys, like you can, it's not the same. So okay, let's pull up that thing real quick, Chris. Yep. So I'm gonna show y'all this little image right here to prove my point real quick. And this comes from OkCupid. Shout out to the supporter that sent this to me. You guys can look at this graph, right? Larger on our Chris, please. Number of messages received. Yeah. So as you guys can see, right, from least attractive on the bottom left-hand side all the way to the most attractive, men is in the light blue line, and female is the darker light blue line. So for our listeners out there that are listening audio-wise, you can see, right, with the curve, that the most attractive guys are pretty much competing or in line with average women. Okay? And then, as you can see, as the women get more and more attractive, that thing starts to spike up even more. All right? And this is number of messages received versus recipient attractiveness. So, y'all people kidding around when we say, like, these women have a monopoly when it comes to online dating and, why we're so picky in online dating and effort. They're literally spoiled for choice. Okay? So, whenever women try to sit there and tell you, like, oh, well, guys can get girls online too, or guys can go, or guys can whatever. When it comes to dating and relationships and attracting the opposite gender, women have the monopoly. They have the leverage. It is what it is. You don't cry about the reality, we accept the reality, and we adapt. Yeah. It's not the same. Okay? Only a small percentage of guys can do that. And because I do that, that's the way they say, they know for a fact. Most guys can't do it. Yeah, it's not. It's the same thing I said before, bro. Don't be real quick for me to say, well, girls could bet 225 too. That's just the same. Because like 1% is good. Yeah, but I'm not going to even mention because it's statistically insignificant. Just like the statistically insignificant amount of guys that are attractive enough to compete with women. It just don't happen. So, if Pokemon was a guy, he wouldn't even have nowhere near the top to get rid of the problem. Yeah. Following our men. This is true. This is true, bro. So, okay, let's one up here. Yeah,
what?
We'll see. Okay, guys, so this point forward, this one, enough to the one that
shit, I used to play that when I was in the army. I had a what was that, Sega Genesis, was it? Oh my goodness, you got that. Shit, that was all right. I liked it. You know what I really liked that was that it was a golf game. I think Tiger Woods golf, some shit like that. You remember that? Yeah. It was a golf game on Sega Genesis, man. I don't know.
This is why society takes the needs versus that of men. It's all economic. Exactly, my friend. And that's what I'm saying. We do everything in our power to enhance the female sexual strategy over the male sexual strategy. Because when you look men with getting laid more, guess what happens? They don't commit to women and spend money. Women are the consumers. We gotta keep them happy. When you lie, women buy. Here's a little something for the wild coach party that y'all never invite me to. LLC leaders in the front of me. That's what y'all say. Thanks so much. There's something they call it's a full game and drug team. Yeah, so this is right next to me. Yo, Nathan is good. For the full fact, and he goes, yo, I'm part of my house. Hold up. And again, if the cool things, coming. Yeah, bro, it's scary, bro. Yeah, a lot of guys run drug dealer games. Yeah. And yo, go check them out, guys, on YouTube. I really want to know podcast. Yo, see. Go watch it for a while, but wasn't applying to lessons. Once you start accepting reality, you realize how confusing it is. Arguing with women and how important it is to stay on your back. Yeah, bro, I don't argue with women. I'm just not arguing with women. I do it for y'all on the show. But yeah, bro, it's way too tough. Great conversation. I've been literally a month away from meeting Rick Dallas, May 27th, but not yet. You're on there. Pokemon is not the only question.
Hold on now. You see him fighting. You see him fighting goddamn Elden Beast. We see it. You didn't say shit until I started fighting the Elden Beast. Come think of it.
Pokemon with the guys wouldn't even have nowhere near half the amount of followers you have now. I've been 99% of followers. Oh, we read that before. Big slip then. And then, here, no,
God, yes, dude. Who you shooting now? Who you shooting
And then my boy Mark gets me something spirit from
at? But to give it all to you. Give it all. Give it all. Give it all. Oh yeah.
Wait a minute. Just so y'all know, guys that do make a lot of money on OnlyFans in the porn industry, this comes straight from my boy Sterling Cooper, who's been in the industry for like a decade. It's from the other side. You know, where they still pay for porn. So most guys that make money off of their content, it comes from that community, not from women. If women were the only ones that could pay for porn, the porn industry would literally crash in a fucking dead, I promise you. Women are not paying money. Women don't understand women have a lot of ego when it comes to their self-worth. And there's certain things that they are just not going to pay for. Porn, clubs, drinks, dinner dates. Like, these are things that we see.
That was rain. That was fuzzy. Come on, Adisa. What?
Anyway,
What do you mean? I'm a wizard. Of course he's doing the work. Well, I'm trying to line up the proper skill shot.
Again, assuming that we're listening. Okay. That's a big point. That is not to the same degree. Yeah, that's extremely important. That's the whole premise. That's the whole premise. You cannot attribute, 1% of the male population that can do it to all. Period. Same thing with Chick-fil-A gave up rent people inside. I know most women can't do it, so I just bring that up. And y'all know. Yeah, don't believe that. Are there women that can bench that amount of weight because they train at the gym and bust their ass? Absolutely. Are there guys out there that can kill it on OnlyFans and make $100,000 a month? From scratch to chicks? Absolutely. But they're statistically insignificant, and it does not matter when you're comparing people.
Women have all these privileges, right, ladies? And the ladies are like, I guess. It's like, what's the point? Girls have certain privileges and guys have certain privileges. Okay, let's go on.
Pause.
What are you doing?
So the difference is that women enjoy the privileges in the dating marketplace when in sex and relationships. That is the difference, and that's what we're talking about. Okay? Continue. So you guys are trying to pose your living reality by a hand that doesn't have nearly the same amount of privileges. Just like we don't use that either.
Okay, pause thing.
What the hell? Ain't nobody else. Oh, okay. Harold? I don't know, Harold. That don't look like the right weapon for this fight. Let's see. Huh? What do you mean? Hey, that's no problem. We gonna see.
That's a fact.
Hell yeah, we gonna see. We gonna see if Harold can use that. And if we do, I mean, that's definitely the hardest hitting weapon in the game.
They have all the levers when it comes to
Okay. You can't even see past it.
Ask him, oh, so you would say famous for what it is right now.
No. Good, Jack.
Damn. He was trying to grab me up and beat me into the ground. You saw that? Look.
What was he? What was he called? You know what I will say is that as far as like people that are, transforming, you know what I'm saying? Most of the time it's male to female, not the other way around.
Be all up on. 925. That's what you doing?
Right? And so, hey man, I got something to tell you. Oh, what's going on? And he looked a little weird. And he tells me that he was born a woman and transformed, and he was
That hurt.
a girl.
That hurt.
He was there. He fall. He had pretty nice
Oh,
part of the shit.
I think he's trying to kill me.
It was way easier when he was a girl. From coming over as a guy. And I was like, what the hell? And he was like, and it was like basically something.
Damn, Hammer guy, you was way away from the fight. But with a short range weapon. See what I mean? Oh, okay.
They just came to me and I was like, what the fuck? So there's a reason.
I didn't first. I've been fighting him. I fought him like 4 or 5 times. No, I beat him, yeah. No, not both of them.
You know what I'm saying?
Right, yeah.
So,
What?
what is going on with children, right? And it could explain being like
I mean, shit.
encouraged.
What you want? I'm not. I mean, I guess if I really just sat there and kept going at it, but I'm not trying to do that.
Go out, have fun.
You know what I'm saying? I can't.
Yeah, see what? Why you want it? Because you know good.
Shit, I beat Honolulu by accident. You hear me?
You sure?
Oh, fuck.
Essentially,
I was talking to you.
easy mode, but they want hard.
Yeah, I was talking to you instead of fighting.
They want hard mode benefits. Your hard mode benefits, they never have sex with as many people as you want. Every guy, I'm pretending without being ridiculed. There's a reason why women do not get respect for fucking a bunch of dudes, where guys get a bunch of respect for fucking a bunch of girls, is because you're playing the game on hard mode as a fucking guy. Okay? When you beat the game on extra hard mode or veteran or legendary mode, whatever, you get certain perks. Because the game developers understand that you have to go through trials and tribulations that people that play the game on easy mode to encounter.
Right.
Okay?
What? Yeah, I'll take it. I like him saying. He'd be cool.
You get to the last boss and go to something, whatever the fuck that nigga's name is.
I like Person Fit too.
So therefore, you don't get the same level of respect. But they want the fucking same level of respect for playing the
Did
game.
he kill the guy?
You know, they're like,
Oh, that didn't hurt.
I'm just saying, well, there's I respect it. It's not easy. If you gotta go to me, it's not easy. One of three men nowadays, more fact, is a virgin and celibate. One more time, real quick to it. One of three men between the ages of 18 to 30 years old now is either a virgin or celibate. You take 18 to 30-year-old girl, you think any of them are fucking up with this? Fuck out of here. I don't know. For this site, you know, OnlyFans, you know, Tinder, they got a bunch of stuff that was like 600, you know, and 23. Let's just go on. You go all the way down to the place. Fuck them there, bro. You know, it's like, you know, the best way I can put it, I know y'all gonna play Xbox as well as the SpeedRun thing. And you guys remember the Lucy Go sheet, right? When you get all these rare candies, if you look up your Pokemon using only rare candy, guess what happens? Your pack, the defense, the special, it's not as strong as when you take the Pokemon and go to the league.
Come on, Harold, survive, Harold.
Fight them like 70 different times to get the Pokemon level up to 100. You know what I'm saying? When you fight them, they're way stronger. Because I tell you, for an experiment, I tried to fight them.
That was not fair. That was not fair. Damn, Harold, you doing your thing, I guess. I ain't see you doing a whole bunch of damage, though. I felt like I was doing all the damage. Did you see that? Did it seemed to me like I mean, but he was being a good distraction. But you can't give him a status effect over time at all.
Get a trade with somebody. You go for 20, 30 days, and not the same. You go for something, I believe, get the same results. They don't find the work. Yes, very good.
I don't even think, can you debuff the Elden? I said, can you debuff the Elden Ring?
When you play the game on easy mode, the one hard mode benefits, bro. Alright? Let's continue on. Let's do it.
I think the majority, or at least a lot of the guys that I've talked to, like, don't know, like, I mean,
Cause for real, I can burn this. I'm gonna try to burn them down, but it don't matter because you still gotta dodge it. You know what I'm saying? Radagon. But with the mid, with my mid, you think I brought them up? 'Cause, I mean, it don't matter. I still beat the crap out of them. You know what I'm saying? With my mimic, with the mimic now. I'm not saying solo. Okay, I'm saying with my mimic, I beat him, you know, I basically burned him down. As soon as he turned his attention to my mimic for just a second, I eat him alive with crystal torrent. You know what I'm saying?
what the request is and why.
Oh, that looks like it's gonna be dangerous.
I'm thinking, honesty is being willing to partner with the fantastic. Then you already don't touch them. You already don't touch them.
Pause. Here's the thing. If I park my Lamborghini in the hood, and I know that, you know, lots of things, everyone has, you know, anti-theft alarms, anti-theft keys, you know, the hot wires or whatever. Like, I'm not counting the cars of being the security. I'm counting the environment that it's in. You know, this is a common sense, guys. They're looking up in the yellow, you know. You got a girl or someone that wants you to commit to her. You know, say, not me. Not me. Yeah, I can trust you with a fucking woman, which is what? Someone that's indecisive and capable of independent thought and with heavily influenced and emotional. That's fucking fact. That's fucking fact.
Oh yeah. Look at him, she ready. Whoever this is, they ready this fight, right? Yeah, they love this fight.
Okay? So they must go with the herd. They must. They cannot afford to sit there and be independent people because guess what? That's not happening. Why? For them going against the grain. This is why so many girls are politically correct. This is why so many girls are not adversarial when it comes to viewpoints and the way that they speak. They go with this mainstream media says because they don't want to be ostracized by society. They're not willing to sit there and go against the rainbow system. But money, we know often. Money, they hear a topic regarding testing, right? And it goes like, well, you can test it because it just sucks. And here's the problem, right? I really feel the burden of dealing with a woman because if we mess up with a woman, for whatever reason, we get a burden issue. So, for example, you find a girl, she says, hey, just trust me, believe in me, right?
No.
He's saying the whole time, and then he leaves you, and you have to stop. So the guy up front, make sure that your girl's not gonna do weird shit because you might lose in the wrong one at the same time. So it's like, be careful, man. Yeah, you gotta be careful. You guys know, defense and everything. So I want to make this extremely fucking clear to all the women out there. So you're not entitled to a fucking relationship, man. You gotta understand. There's like, you like me, you know, you're trying to smash it over? Okay. You don't need a relationship, bro. Like, a lot of girls are very entitled to your time, your attention, your resources, all this other shit. And it's like, no, they're not. I'm not earned being part of a relationship. You not earned my last name of life. And I think that's a lot. It's like, I'm not stability at home with a boyfriend. You know what I'm saying? That's really what it comes down to, bro. But even funny, if a girl is her best option and she's really into you, it don't even matter. All right, there you go. Okay, so anyways, man. And the other thing too, guys, is I want y'all to know that the only reason that you can trust a woman to be is to know a woman herself. Yeah. And once you guys understand female nature, it's gonna make sense. I know some of you guys are like, oh, well, Myra, this sounds crazy, blah, blah, blah. Guys, men and women are not the same. I don't think you guys understand that women's moods change from day to day. They're emotional creatures that can act.
Come on, dude. Stay cool. Stay cool. I'm here.
Women to a higher degree, okay? Women are not independent thinkers on a balance of possibilities. Now, are there some girls out there that could be leaders and, you know, can go against the grain? Absolutely. But most don't, okay? This is why women typically don't tend to be outspoken on controversial issues. This is why most women tend to be liberal. This is why most women tend to be communitarian in nature. This is why most women tend to go fuck the Democrat. I don't want to make this politics. But what I'm saying in general is women like to work in numbers and they understand that their survival is contingent upon going with to get along, getting. Okay? They're not built for adversity like we are, bro. To defend our thinking. They cannot. Alright, let's keep going. Okay. Alright.
I think it's different. It's like maybe like, oh, can I? Oh, like I'm like a experience on the pizza or something, and then they start acting weird. You shouldn't go into it right off the cuff with trust issues. You should then see if there are. Password sharing is weird, except Netflix being. I think.
Yeah. If we can stop him from fighting the mobs. Know what I'm saying? Yeah, I ran down, stomped everybody.
And guys, what I want to make it very clear here before we end on that.
Oh, except for the dragon. I ain't stomped the dragon
They're
yet.
going to call you insecure. They're going to call you toxic. They're going to call you controlling, etc. Because you might want access to Instagram, or you might say, listen, I don't like when you post certain things or whatever. I'm not saying a girl can't have Instagram like all the way. What I am saying is this, because what do most girls do on Instagram, bro? They have sexy pictures of themselves. They're out here showing their body off. They're out here like acting like they're single, whatever it is.
They want the attention.
They want the attention.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Just don't like as soon as you say, okay, you're single.
So what?
And get me.
Yeah, I gotta go stomp the dragon. I'll probably do that later.
shame
Oh, George, man,
into
I think he's only beat the first boss. You know what I'm saying? He's not even. He hadn't even did his 3 assassinations so he can go to the farm spot.
when you're the stupid shit you take the fucking okay?
So
All right, guy, he's preaching today. I don't want to. I don't want to listen to that. Let me see. Never miss.
When Master Chief plays Elden.
I see your boy trying to come. Try to save face. I know you wanted that help. I know you wanted that help. So you want that sword plate, baby? Really? That's where you need to fight, motherfucker. Ah, you need backup, didn't you? You need backup. Yeah, you know you need to back up motherfucking breaking with the smoothness. Hmm. Wait, so I have not beat this motherfucker. Let me make me something to eat first. Golly. I mean, it would be one thing if I could lure him into our mimic zone. Like this is a good ambush spot. I gotta remember that. Work.
Hey guys, welcome back to Strong Six on Full Mail. So for today, I'm going to write an email that was sent from a subscriber. It's from a guy, he's about 27 years old, and he's going to share his story about how he got involved with a woman around 2014, that everything was cool in their relationship, and he's going to get into here how initially early on, she obviously was a little bit of an epinist. We all joke saying there's no such thing as a little bit, somebody can't be a little bit pregnant. Just the same thing with epiness, but okay. And she was a writer for some online magazine. That doesn't say everything. But anyhow, in the beginning, that's the movie. Then things started to change. Certain world events happened, and she started becoming pretty much impossible to live with. So finally, he ended up, and he tossed her ass to the side of the road. He was done. Good. He moved on. He did something that we're all proud of. Being involved in this can bring nothing but misery. However, a few years later, runs into him because they've seen small mutual friends. And guess what? She wants to get back together, but you're going to wait till you see why. Wait till you see the real reason why she wants to get back with him. No surprise there. time they're apart, had relations, and had a kid. And now she wants him to be dating her because she's a single MOM. She's looking for a father figure. For this guy, you can imagine, he's not having. He's not happy, and he's curious about how he thinks he can handle it. Does he handle things right? Because obviously they have a bunch of friends together, and some friends think they.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Other friends think that he's in the wrong. Whole bunch of shit. Bottom line is this guy's nuts. And so I'm going to go over his story here. And so if any of you guys happen to follow a situation like this, you'll know what it's doing. So it starts off saying, good day, SSC. I've been watching your videos daily, even motivated me to start going to the gym again. Good for you, bro. All guys should work out one way or another. Doesn't mean you got to be doing crazy squats and deadlifts and bench presses multiple times a week, but you got to do something. Push-ups, jogging, bicycling, anything. Just keep yourselves fit. Good for you. I found your channel while trying to find some entertaining videos on the web one night, and I've stuck around ever since. Thank you, bro. I appreciate your support. I'm reaching out to you today because I want to share the things that have been going on in my life and maybe ask some advice from you and your followers. Okay, guys, he's asking for help, so pay attention here. At the end, this is going to be audience participation. You guys can help out with some advice. I am a 27-year-old software engineer for an e-commerce website. I was dating a girl named Liz, a 29-year-old female, until 2017. We started dating around 2013. That when our careers were just started. Liz was an article/editor/writer for a women's empowerment website back then, while I was a website developer for a small business. The fact that she was working as editor for a women's empowerment website should have told you everything you needed to know. But obviously back then you probably didn't know what you know now, but now you do know. Guys, anytime you meet a girl and she happens to be doing something like that, those are her favorite magazines and all that, run. Run for the hills. It's not going to go well. We met through mutual work friends and off. For the first 2 years of our relationship, it was amazing. Well, that's usually kind of how it goes, at least especially the first 6 months. We played off each other so well, and she was amazing in the set. Cool, good for you. However, here's the big however. However, around 2016, I don't know exactly why, but she became super political. She became what you would know as a hard ass. Dude, I'm surprised you don't know what happened. In 2016, Donald Trump became president of the United States. And that was the moment where women that normally, weren't really into things like that, all of a sudden overnight became a bunch of evidence. They all started watching CNN and MSNBC 24/7. I'm sure many of you guys probably know some gals that were like that. They started going to these marches and other things like that, posting incessantly on Facebook. You get the point?
Shit.
That's what happened. Mr. T was elected the president, and then up we go. Even though she was successful in her career and lived a pretty good life, she would always complain about something or something. Translation, she felt the world was wrong because Mr. T was president, and she was angry, wanted to blame people, and you know who she wanted to blame. Eventually started blaming me for things in her life. Told you, because you're a man, you're ruining everything. Every time she did this, we would argue and then she'd make up. One day I realized how messed up her relationship was when I found one of her articles that basically
Oh, you're back here.
cool. And I'm sure you were a good boy for her all too. But she's angry. Got sucked into all this drama.
You said right there, boy.
Let me tell you, 2016, it was a dream come true for the Epidemic movement. They were rallying new members, getting all worked up, and the media was enjoying every freaking minute of it. When Trump was elected president, that was like 10 Christmases and 10 birthdays for the media and Twitter. They acted like they hated him. He was a dream come true to them. And when he left, they're not making as much money. So she was blasting an article. At that point, I had enough and had broken up with her. Of course, Liz tried to defend herself and said it was just my ego gradually talking. I was firm and kicked her out the very next day. Good for you. Notice how she tried to twist it on making the bad guy. Male fragile ego. That's how they operate. That's how they talk. That's their thinking. You can't reason with them. They're like the Terminator. They can't be bargained with, they can't be reasoned with, and they absolutely will not stop ever until you are dead. That's basically what the Terminator. That's what Kyle Reese said to Sarah Connor. It's the same thing with evidence. Ever since then, I have found total peace. Yeah, I bet you have. I'm still casually hooked up, but I don't think I could ever go back to long-term dating anymore. Also, because of my mental health has drastically improved, I was able to get promoted to my company. I'm now in charge of a couple of teams, direct lines with offshore clients. Good for you, brother. You've been on your grind, your purpose. That's sweet. Proud of you. I still kept some sort of contact with Liz because we had the same group of friends, nothing too major. I just see her at some social events where we don't talk to each other anymore or see each other on purpose. Good, stay away from her. Up until recently, that is. What I tell you guys, they always come back. I was invited to a Thanksgiving after party last November. We had a lot of drinks, and when the party was getting good, I was approached by Liz, who wholeheartedly apologized to me about bitchiness during our relationship. Okay, I said thank you, appreciate it, hope you're doing well. I'll see you later. I forgave her and said it was all in the past. I'm not the type of person who holds grudges, and at the time she seemed sincere. Well, it shows you're a good guy, you're not going to hold grudges. All the time, it's not very ideal. But sometimes someone does you wrong, you may forgive, but you don't forget and you use that lesson to pay attention to the red flags out there so it doesn't happen again. And you're going to see here, he had a good reason not to stay in contact with him for years earlier. Liz told me listen to this. Liz told me she hasn't found any other guy that made her feel loved and special, and asked if we could be friends again, and hopefully it'll lead to a better, healthier relationship. No way, Jose. You had your chance. And no shit, you couldn't find anybody better because guess what? Nobody wants to be with an Epiness. Nobody wants to be with someone that constantly is carrying on about the injustice of the world and is always insulting guys and trying to be some ball buster in a relationship and babbling about politics 24/7. That's what these types are like. And many of you guys, unfortunately, may know what I'm talking about there. So no shit, you didn't find anybody. I flat out said no to the relationship, and maybe we could work on being friends again. I would have done that. I would have been a jerk about it, but I'd say, nah. The party got wild, but since I lost a bit earlier in the night, I was the designated driver for a friend and didn't drink heavily. Liz tried to kiss me when she got shit-faced drunk, but I declined instead, opting to just share a selfie with her. Good. Before you say anything about my choices, I just want to defend myself by saying that during that time, I was in the belief that Liz was genuinely sorry for what she had done and wanted to make amends. Because you're a good guy, that's why. And you haven't lived long enough. I believe in giving people second chances, so I decided to let her back into my life for a bit. There are situations where people can get a second chance. But when it comes to old flames, old girlfriends, there's a reason they're the ex-girlfriend. Because they didn't work out the first time. People don't change. And this guy's obviously going to see her real quick. She didn't change. But he learned something, and now his experience will help you guys learn something. The party finished, we all went home. Everyone was talking about me and Liz. Of course they were, because what else are people going to do but gossip about their friends? The next day, I received a message from Liz. Meet up for brunch. Well, she doesn't waste any time. I said, sure, just to put on a show of good faith, and our meeting went really well. I felt like I was talking to the Liz I felt for 14. Because she's putting on a show for you, bro. You're a master. She asked if I wanted to hook up, but I declined and said that if we're trying to rebuild something, I'd rather start as friends rather than rushing to hookups. She looked disappointed, but also agreed. Gee, why could she be rushing things so fast? What could possibly be going on behind the scenes? Unless you are a stud and you just couldn't wait to get in bed with you. When I took Liz home after our brunch and she asked me if I would give her another chance to be together again, I said I'm currently thinking about it, but I was open to the idea and everything like today. Well, obviously you learned, dude. This is until I saw her 1-year-old child. Ding, ding, ding. Now we know the reason why her sense of urgency. When Liz was getting out of my car, she was greeted by an old lady, I think it was her mom, and a baby that she kissed on the forehead. I went into detective mode very quickly and pulled up her social media. I found that she had a baby last year, got pregnant in 2019, and her timeline was flooded with motherhood articles. Well, it's interesting if you guys have mutual friends that you didn't hear about it, unless they knew not to talk about her with you or something like that. But okay. In any case, this was a huge deal breaker for me. Yes, it is. You don't need that. It's not your problem. That's some other dude's problem. It's not your job to go back and be the honorable guy and help her raise this kid. But a lot of people think that they should. You're going to see here how this goes.
Yeah.
I don't or won't ever date single MOMs. Got to be careful what I say here, guys. You too picky about that particular word. I know it's ridiculous, but it is what it is to be here on YouTube. I don't want to deal with the bio daddies and the baggage of it all. Liz had forgotten her purse in my car and went back to get it. She asked me if I was free for another time, but I quickly refused. She tried to pester me about why I was so different and partially rejecting her now. But I just told her I wasn't interested anymore. She knows why. She just wants to dig it out of you, and then she can make out to the bad guy. She better realize it was because I saw her child. She asked me what was wrong with MOM dating men. Dating them. I was blunt, and I told her I wasn't interested in meeting again and just gave her bag back, and left it alone. She's probably like, wow, I'm leaving. You had your chance with me. It's not your problem, man. You don't need that. And thank God you're experienced enough, and you obviously, I assume that you probably got my channel after me, but, or if you want to, help you. But so many guys want to be nice, say, you know what, and they would go into relationships like this, and it's just ridiculous. You know, there's plenty of great girls out there that don't have, if you're a relationship type of guy, and one day you want a family. Now here's the deal, I'll make this clear. I know some single MOMs. Some that are nuts. I know some that are really cool and have their shit together and all that. But still, there's a lot of baggage going along with that, being one of them. And it's not your job to be the savior and help save them and raise somebody else's kid. I know some great dudes that are great stepdads who they married a woman that was single, the kid, and they were great stepdads to them. But I know some that married and they were the stepdad and they were completely pee-whipped by their wives. But these were also the guys that, let's just say, weren't James Bond with the women, and they met this pretty gal who had a kid, and they figured, oh, guarantee you she doesn't treat him the same way that she treated the real baby dad. You get my drift here? So just, it's not your job. And you shouldn't let anybody make you feel like you're in the wrong for that. Do what's best for you. A lot of people in life, they don't do what's best for them because they feel.
Oh my lord, hello. Oh, the save. Wow, no fear at all. Oh, fine. Oh my god, I couldn't even do the follow-up. Okay, this is getting stupid. I'm. Oh, God. Bro, chill. Fine. Good. Think there's a blue outside?
Button. Oh, okay.
Today, news broke that the U.S. economy shrank by 1.4%, a retraction. Now, Joe Biden and the Democrats have been talking about this major economic boom. You know what they're doing is they're looking at how the economy basically collapsed because of the pandemic, and now that we're struggling to get back to normalcy, every time there's a gain, they ignore the context and say the economy never. Or at the very least, they're saying, look at this tremendous job growth. Well, the latest report, the U.S. economy shrank by 1.4%, my friends. It is the Democrats' midterm death knell. Ask not for whom the bell tolls, Democrats in Congress,
Tolls
for
for
the bell
thee.
tolls for thee. This is apocalyptic. Even CNN is calling this a bodying and disastrous. And of course, Joe Biden has no idea what's going on. When asked by a journalist about this, he said that the GDP fell to 1.4%, as if to imply he thinks the economy is growing. Oh man, is this bad. Now, we still don't know what's going to happen until November, so I can somewhat hyperbolically call it a death knell, but I'm very much convinced we are looking at a red tsunami, the likes of which we have not seen in some time. And my evidence to this, at least for now, even though it could change, is that in the generic congressional ballot, real clear politics in aggregate has Republicans up 4 points. Let's throw it to our famous pollster friends. I'd like to point out when the Democrats have an advantage in the Democratic congressional, I'm sorry, when the Democrats have a 5-point advantage in the generic congressional ballot, they still lose. Right now, in aggregate, Republicans are up 4 points. We are looking at something truly apocalyptic. So I think the Democrats have no choice but to lie and no choice but to bribe the American people. Because now we keep hearing mutterings that Joe Biden is going to offer student debt forgiveness. Let me break that down for you. I'm not completely opposed to it. You've heard me talk about it. I'm somewhat in favor of some type of student loan forgiveness. I'm also in favor of some type of universal basic health care. I'd like to break all that down for you because I think I have practical solutions. Maybe it's all not possible. Maybe it's all just idealism. But the idea that so some of the like what Joe Biden's idea and the Democrats' idea of doing a blanket loan forgiveness is insane. You're talking about taking tax revenue from the poorest Americans and transferring it to the highest income earners in the country. Democrat. Now, I know there are ultra wealthy individuals who pay a substantial amount of taxes, but why would the lower income people who pay taxes have to give that money to people with college degrees who typically earn more? Now, there is an interesting counterpoint. I've heard some say that Republicans should offer up to like $20,000 in principal student loan forgiveness. That is, or I'm sorry,
Really?
interest and principal. And the reason is we can tax the universities or seize the endowments and use that to pay for the problem caused by the universities. I love it. I'm actually on board. Let's pull off something like that. You know, Will Chamberlain likes to say, "See, endowments." Yeah, these big universities have all of this money, yet they're still relying on predatory student loans so that people can come in and pay. No, they got billions. Okay, how about we do this? We end predatory student loans. We tax the universities, and we use that money to forgive the loans of people who were victims of this predatory behavior. Democrats won't do it. The universities are it's too much institutional power they want. But regardless, I think we're looking at something that's going to be apocalyptic for Democrats. As like I said, even CNN says this is disastrous. Well, let's take a look at the news on the economy because it's not just about whether the Democrats are going to win or lose. It's about whether or not you, my friends, can afford to eat. It's getting crazy out there. Before we get started, head over to timcast.com and become a member, if you can, to help support our work. We're doing a lot behind the scenes. There's some infrastructure stuff I want to mention, but we can't do it just yet until we're ready to make the announcement. But rest assured, Your membership is allowing us to help shore up the infrastructure to end the leftist cult hegemony over big tech infrastructure. Hegemony, whatever. Hegemony, how do you pronounce that word? The point is, these big tech platforms own the infrastructure. We're fighting back. But we've got some announcements to make as to how we're running the back end for timcast.com. So if your support will do more, we'll hire more journalists. We just run another journalist.
Oh,
You will get
shit.
access to
Good
Timcast
news, I can move further.
exclusive member segments. So don't forget, you can also, don't forget, become a member. But you can also smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends. Let's read the story from Fox Business. U.S. economy shrank 1.4% at the beginning of 2020, marking worst quarter in 2 years. Economists expected the economy to expand by 1.1%, a marked slowdown in 2021. Gross domestic product, the broadest measure of goods and services produced across the economy, shrank by 1.4% on an annualized basis in the 3-month period from January through March, the Commerce Department said in its first reading of the data on Thursday. Refinitiv economists expected the report to show the economy expanded by 1.1%. It marked the worst performance since the spring of 2020, when the U.S. economy was deep in the throes of the COVID-induced recession. Now, the funny thing is, apparently, didn't Fauci come out and say something like we're out of the pandemic period now? We should be looking at tremendous growth to make up for those losses. We're not. The Democratic leadership has been disastrous for this country, and Joe Biden's leadership, or lack thereof, has also been disastrous. Quote, today's shock drop in GDP is a wake-up call that the economy isn't as strong as we all thought, said Chris Zaccarelli, Chief Investment Officer for Independent Advisor Alliance. It's possible that GDP gets revised higher next month, as this is just the first release, and there will be 2 revisions, but it is a warning sign. Let me show you what the warning sign means. First, we'll keep it simple. CNN.com, Chris Cillizza, reports, today is a disastrous day for Democrats' 2022 chances. Disastrous day. It is a death knell. You know, I was wondering, I was like, do people know what a death knell is? Now I know those of you who know what are saying, of course we know what it is. Some people are probably like, well, I figured it out. That's why I said at the beginning ask not for whom the bell tolls for thee. The death knell is the ringing of the bell, signifying someone's to be at the point. Democrats are going to get voted out of office come November. No. Often say there's a lot of variables between now and then, so we will see. Who knows? Things can change. But my friends, I bring you to the real clear politics congressional vote, the generic congressional vote 2022. I looked at this and I was, look at this. The Democrats declining. And now we're sitting at a clean 4-point advantage for Republicans.
Oh, well.
No joke. I was shocked when I saw this because I've seen it, 3 points and 2 points. And I'm like, man, it's getting bad. But 4. I predict it's only going to get worse because food is through the roof, gas is through the roof, and it's not going to come down. And a lot of people say, maybe it's time, sell your house, sell your property, or now is not a good time to buy. I said, why do you think these big institutional investment firms are buying up houses like crazy? The cost of materials to build the house ain't coming down. Wood's through the roof. I think it's up like 6 times. 600% of some ridiculous number, or just shy of that. With inflation, with the retraction, the recession, all of this, why would the cost of goods be going down? You have people saying like, now you got it's almost going to burst and all this stuff.
Yeah.
It costs $100,000 to build a house, and your house is worth 150. Why would it go down? It's going to go up. I heard this recently from someone. They said that they wanted to buy a house, no joke, a contractor, because the wood used to build the house was in good condition. And they figured the worst case is if they gutted the home, they could take that material and they get it at a discount. You know what the land is worth? It's a good investment, plus the materials we can use to build newer I'm like, I don't know if you can use old lumber for that. The joke they were making essentially was the wood costs more. We could repurpose it for something else. If you want to build a skate ramp, I don't care if you use recycled wood for that house. I probably want some clean, fresh wood, right? But if I'm going to build something personally and the wood is cheaper to buy a house, you see where this is going. Not that it's 100% in alignment right now. I'm not saying you could buy a house, tear it down, and use the wood for something like that, because there's a lot that goes into it. There's labor and stuff. The point is, if the cost of materials is going up, then the houses cannot go down. Because if you want to build a new house, it'll cost you more money. So they say, okay, how about we do a used house? And they're going to be like, well, you need a house, right? Your new house costs 200. Why would I sell mine for less than 175? We got you in a bind, right? That's how things are going. You know, over at 538, they have the Republicans leading by 2.3%. Now, I consider 530 to be fairly biased. Real Clear Politics, I view as typically just generally fair. And the way I explain this is, although they all have their biases, Real Clear Politics just shows a scattering of recent polls in reverse chronological order. And we can see that based on this, they just give us the average. 538 chooses to include some and not others, and I just typically think it's fairly biased. You can see that they have way more pro-Democrat polls here. They include 2 polls from YouGov from the same period, 2 polls from Quinnipiac from the same period. I don't know if I'm a fan of that, maybe, but Real Clear Politics just outright says, but Quinnipiac, economist, Politico, Insider Advantage, Harvard Harris, founder, Rasmussen, it's all showing Republicans are coming. CNN even says, the news that the U.S. economy unexpectedly shrank over the first quarter of the year is an absolute body blow to Democrats already reeling amid growing economic concerns ahead of 2022 midterm election. The country's gross domestic product fell at 1.4, this we know. The GDP news comes in the heels of newly released polling data from Gallup that suggested that economic confidence is extremely low among the American public. Look at this photo they use. Where's this at? We really shouldn't panic. CNN reporter breaks down the shrinkage. You've got this image showing gas at $4.59. I can only imagine what average Americans are dealing with escalating food prices. Now, my friends in the media are certainly trying to deflect. Take a look at this from the New York Times. Breaking news, the U.S. economy shrank for the first time in a quarter. GDP adjusted for inflation declined 0.4%. Oh, no. New York Times, that is not the defense you think it is. The economy is so bad that inflation makes the retraction seem smaller. No. Look, I imagine stupid people would see 0.4% and be like, oh, it declined a little bit. For people who know what's going on, you're like, oh no. The recession, the retraction is bad. But the economy is already at such an inflationary rate that it's almost masking the fact the economy is tanking. Oh man. Yo, this is bad. That's what I say, death now. Check this out from the Hill. Joe Biden, this is what he said. I want to play for you this clip.
Well, I'm not concerned. But he's always concerned. Continually, on 1.6%.
The GDP, fell to 1.4%. As if to imply it fell from a higher growth to slower growth. I am not concerned about a recession. Joe Biden doesn't even know the economy is faltering. Now that is stunning. Recently, when asked a question by the press about 2042, which is an immigration policy, Joe Biden said, well, we got to wait. We'll appeal this. We got to see what the scientists say. And everybody was like, to see what the scientists say about your immigration policy? Joe Biden's broken brain cannot be ignored anymore. I implore you, American people, share this video. Let your friends and family know, dude, bad things are happening. They've been happening. It's been bad. I don't blame Joe Biden for all of it. No, I blame the Democrats and I blame COVID. Democrats are not the cause of COVID. I don't blame them for that, but their handling of it has been abysmal. Donald Trump. He was president during the beginning of this pandemic recession, and he bears much of the blame. He certainly does. Joe Biden promised to lead us through this. Y'all voted for him, and it's only gotten worse. How could it be that the economy is getting worse, that there are more COVID deaths, when you said this guy was going to help? He was handed the vaccine and still more COVID deaths. You cannot act as though Biden would be better, is better than Trump. Sorry. With no vaccine, Donald Trump as leader, it resulted in Joe Biden. Why? Joe Biden objectively worse, even with solutions. Here we go, baby. CNBC reports as of yesterday, food prices are never going back to where they were in 2019. It says Tillman Fertitta, Fertitta Entertainment chairman, joins Power Lunch to discuss how his companies are doing, how inflation is impacting in businesses and more. And yes, this is the point. This is not transitory. Your food prices will not be going down. Wages will skyrocket. And I'm sorry.
Oh,
You got
shit.
people. The over on Reddit, they suffered anti-work, posting photos saying now hiring starting at $20 an hour, and they're like, we're winning. No, you're not. Your buying power is going down. When these stores raise the minimum wage or the entry level pay to $20 an hour, you think you're winning only because inflation is through the roof. You don't realize you're not winning. We need good economic leadership. We ain't got it. Here's from ABC Action News. Experts predict rise in food prices with fertilizer costs up 128%. And you heard it from me many times. I don't know what you can do. You know, I talk about getting emergency food, right? I can tell you what's happening. I can tell you, what I would do, what I did, get away from cities. I've had people trying to entice me back to these cities, bring on that money. I don't know, man. I don't think I could do it. We're building out here because I do not trust these cities. I don't think they're going to be able to handle this. And crime is through the roof. I don't think they're going nowhere. Experts predict rise in food prices. You're going to feel it. Gas prices are back on the rise, and people want to know why. Because inflation is through the roof, because the economy is contracting, and it's because all of these costs circle around back to each other. And now, as of April 22nd, 14 hours ago, gas prices are going back up. And just keep it. You didn't feel it from Joe Biden, Democrats. Vladimir Putin's price increases. Yeah, to a certain extent, war, I won't deny it. Inflation was happening before Vladimir Putin. The food prices were going up. A lot has to do with COVID. A lot has to do with Joe Biden, the Democrats, and don't get me wrong, Republicans were involved a little bit, a decent amount. Even I said early on, we should do this emergency package taking, give out the emergency loans. People scary. I don't consider myself to be the smartest person in the world or a psychic or anything like that. I often can only assume I only know what everyone else knows. When we were in the throes of a major pandemic with videos of people collapsing in the street, I certainly was like, no, maybe we should lock down for people. I see the error of my ways. Because the government was given an inch, they took a mile. And it resulted in major catastrophe. And now we're dealing with the repercussions of that. But I will not take responsibility for what Democrats are doing. I said Donald Trump. I said no Biden. I voted for Donald Trump. Here's what Joe Biden has to offer. NBC News. Biden says he's considering student debt forgiveness, but less than $50,000. President said a decision is coming in the next couple of weeks. I'm open. I'm listening, but I do not trust him. President Joe Biden said Thursday he's considering taking action to forgive some student loan debt. Plans to make a decision in the coming weeks. Here is my proposal to the conservatives. Everyone who took out student loans must pay back every penny they borrowed. Now, not the interest. I'm not a fan of it. You borrow the money, you use it, you pay it back. Some interest, I think, is fine. Compound interest? Here's what ends up happening. Some of these young people are told they must take out student loans. They do. They then end up, many of them, paying back the full amount of their loans, but still owing more than their initial loan because of interest rates. So listen, we had an economic shift. I blame the Democrats for the most part. The Republicans were involved, at least a little while, and I blame my party. Because of this, several people defer, they would freeze on student loans. But if you're struggling to get one nephew, that's, I can't sit here and just act like every single person has the capability to pay off predatory loans. However, you should pay back what you were given. If you're given $50,000, $50,000, you spend it, you keep it back. But I do know people who borrowed 50K, paid back more than 50K, and still owe 50K. And I'm sitting here saying, like, how does this make sense? No. We cannot have a millennial generation strapped down in indentured servitude. We want young people to have families. We want them to buy houses. It's not going to happen as long as this is quote over everybody's head. My proposal, Republicans, conservatives, is that we eliminate interest. If someone has already paid back their principal, they're done. They'll get a tax credit on interest rates already paid, and we eliminate any interest payments. You borrow 50, you paid back 50, we eliminate the rest. That's my proposal. For anyone who already paid back all of their student loans, you get a tax credit in the full amount. Meaning, if you paid back $50,000, guess what? You are not paying taxes. You're going to get credited that $50,000. And I don't mean you're going to be credited that against your income. I'm outright saying you will not owe, like, it'll be the equivalent of giving you 50 grand, right? If somebody, well, I'm talking specifically about interest. If you've already paid back your loans, let's say you paid back $17,000 in interest, we will give you a tax credit in that full amount. That's my proposal. Meaning, not that we're going to forgive $17,000 in tax liability. We're going to forgive $17,000 in tax. What I'm trying to say is, if you owe $1,000 in taxes, it's ignored up until $17,000. Let me try and explain this. What I mean is sometimes when you get a tax credit, what they might mean is that if you earn $100, then you'll owe 27%, so 27 bucks. I'm not saying we forgive a piece of it. I'm saying that whole $100. If you paid in the interest, we're going to give you that interest back, but in the form of tax deferment, essentially. That's what I think is fair. It takes care of everybody. You still got to pay back what you borrowed. What's being proposed now and what I fear, Biden says, I'm considering dealing with some debt reduction. I'm not considering $50,000 debt reduction per borrow, but I'm in the process of taking a hard look at whether or not there will be additional debt forgiveness. I'll have an answer in the next couple of weeks. What I fear is that Joe Biden is basically attempting to bribe voters because things are in chaos. That will only make things worse. You got to pay back what you borrowed. Here's Rolling Stone. Republicans are panicking over the prospect of Biden forgiving student debt. J.D. Vance, Mitt Romney, Jim Jordan, and other conservatives are staunchly opposed to making life easier for 43 million Americans. Let's talk about what it means to make life easier. When I was 18, I didn't go to college. I went to a community college for like 2 months. I took like 2 classes. And for the most part, it was so I could just say, I have some college. Here's a funny thing about life. When you're applying for a job, you say, what's your highest level of education? Some college. True. You don't need a high school diploma to go to college. Did you know that? So I did a couple classes for a couple months. Ultimately decided I was getting nothing really from it. It was fun, going to the cafeteria and hanging out. I'm like, whatever, it's boring. Met some interesting people. Had fun, learned some interesting stuff. I took criminal justice for 2 months. We studied serial. Yeah, I like true crime stuff. So I was like, class on, serial killing and stuff. So anyway, there are a lot of people whose lives were made easier. When I went to school, this was basically my family house because it was not expensive. It was like $500. So I was fortunate enough to have family who could afford it. Many other people I knew took out tens of thousands of dollars in loans. They had their own apartments, they had cars, they went partying, and I thought, why am I getting it? And then I looked at what they were doing and I said, you guys are borrowing all of this money? That's insane. Now they're older and they're like, what? Dude, I know people who got to live in the hot spots in some of the hottest areas in Chicago. While I was living on the south side, and I said it, if you guys know I was from the south side. While I was sleeping on couches. I didn't take out these loans, and I'm not on the hook for loans, and boy, does it feel great. But you're not just saddled by debt. Your life was made easier because you were given money, and now people want you to pay it back. But I agree, the interest rates are predatory. That's where I'm at. You are right about that. But you got to pay back what you were given, and there's got to be some inflationary interest rate. This idea of making life easier. Yeah, you want to make life easier? I tell you what, you give me $1 million from the government coffers. Make my life easier, right? How about this? The government should give everyone $1 million, and everyone's lives will be easier, right? It's the stupidest concept ever. It just makes no sense. So that's the narrative we're getting. And now it gets worse. Biden asks Congress for $33 billion with a B to support Ukraine through September. We're seeing economic retraction, and you want $33 billion for Ukraine? Shout out to our good friend Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks, who called for going and fighting in Ukraine. It's amazing. I consider myself, I guess, to be a disaffected liberal because I used to be like right there with Bernie Sanders when he was like, open borders is a Koch brothers proposal. We must protect the working class. And I'm like, yes, comrade Bernie. And then he was like, we need a moratorium on illegal immigration. And wait, what? A moratorium on criminal border crossings. Bernie, what? I'm all about helping the American people. I'm all about America first. I'm all about ending these foreign wars. Bernie Sanders seemed to be like that guy. Now where am I? Now it's like Donald Trump's the best bet, I guess. Ron DeSantis is pretty good. I can always criticize Ron DeSantis on the show that it's EDS policy thing here. Not a fan of that. Nobody's perfect. Donald Trump certainly isn't. But what do I want as an American citizen? I want us to stop using tax dollars to blow up people in foreign countries that have nothing to do with us. I'm tired of excuses that we can't have a multipolar world. Yo, this is not how you succeed in a unipolar world. What is that? So we had a conversation with who's a reporter, because he reports for that from around there. He said he wants to do the whole middle. He wants the United States to dominate. I agree. But I think we dominate through leadership, cultural. You guys ever play that game Civilization? Well, here's how I think. Technological advancement, cultural development, and a strong military. I don't play conquest. Civilization is a game where you build your civilization, and there are borders and the country. Some people like to play. You can do that. I don't. I mind my own business, protect my borders, and if you come at me and attack me, you question. But I believe in cultural strength. The United States should lead the charge with technological development, strong IP protections against piracy from places like China. And you're not going to it, in my opinion, by going and blowing up foreign countries or people in foreign countries. What happens is these other countries grow resentful, team up with your enemies, and now you're facing a multipolar front. A multipolar front means that China is going to dominate. Why? China's economy is growing. Take a look at this. Disclosed.tv, China's economic growth rose by 4.8% in the first quarter of 2022, topping expectations, while ours shrank. Certainly what is going on with the US is not working. China's growing, we're shrinking. Over in Germany, they had a massive inflationary acceleration. Yeah, it is not good. It's not good. And now we got this. US intel helped Ukraine protect air defenses and shoot down Russian planes. Yeah, well, because this is how you get people ahead. I don't think the Democratic establishment, Republican establishment, they're basically the same thing as the party elites. They're old and they're befuddled. And that's the problem. There was a time and a place for people like Nancy Pelosi. Not anymore. I would gladly see a progressive young person take over. I donated to a progressive who was running against Pelosi because, please, we need to end this insane person's reign in the House. I'm not even a fan of Donald Trump. Donald Trump's age, an old guy, but at the very least, he gave us something tangible. I like Ron DeSantis. That are all faded here, and I prefer to vote for Trump over Trump any day. He is tactful, much more articulate, much younger, with military experience, and that goes a long way. Marshall perfect. But I'm a fan of Ron DeSantis. I think what will happen first, we'll get a Donald Trump. Okay, I can take it. Because Donald Trump is infinitely better than anyone else so far. I mean, when he says Ron DeSantis I like better, but I don't think Ron will run against Donald Trump. I think a Trump DeSantis ticket is rather That's pretty good, to be completely honest. But DeSantis is over. So I'd rather have a DeSantis someone else. But if it's Trump running in 2024, I'll take it from. Whatever is not this. Donald Trump is moderate. Even Vox.com called him a moderate. What you get with Joe Biden is befuddled insanity. Biden thinks the economy grew by 1.4. Oh, you want to argue? He was a gal. You know what he meant? No, I don't know what he meant. I don't know what Trinidad shot of pressure means. I don't know what next now rescent means. I don't know what Vatican care means. So don't come to me and say we should just know what Joe Biden meant. The dude is broken. We need something serious, and we need it now. I don't have all the answers, my friends. I don't. I can really, all I can do is show you what's happening. So you guys can look at it. The Democrats are going to get any time police Democrats, there's the transforming importance. How much Democrats are afraid to do? Only go one. Look at that. There's the graphic of that more. But we're going to go over 80 regular people, middle of the road people, post liberals, disaffected liberals, whatever you want to call us. Elon Musk posted a meme showing how the left has moved so far left that moderate left-leaning people are now considered moderate right-leaning people by most polls. I ain't moving. My positions are the same, but the left has gone off the rails. Now these people are going to continue doing it, and I expect to see a major sweep. Fascinating times. Truly. There is now, I imagine it this way. Imagine there's a big sphere of influence, and it's got the left and the right that are arguing. And then budding occurs. A bubble starts to emerge in the far left, and it eventually grows so large it falls off. Now, there is the constitutional republic sphere with liberals and conservatives, true, like traditional or post-liberals. And over here is this weird mangling mess of progressive and far left authoritarianism that thinks it's the left. Or at least it's on the left, so it looks at us, disaffected liberal types, traditional liberals, and calls us right-wing and far right. They've lost it. I think that's the culture war summed up. But I'll tell you, the argument I have with people like Ben Shapiro is about the Constitution. We agree on that one. It's about free speech. We agree on that one. It's about Second Amendment. We agree on that one. Many liberals do. It's about like tax policy, gay marriage, pro-life, things like that. And we have calm, rational discussions. And it's fascinating to me. We've had a few leftists who are like, I'll come on your show and debate you. And then I'll be like, well, I don't really do debates. I mean, I could have you debate someone and I'll moderate. I'll have a discussion with you. Let me know when you want to come and we'll pay for it. And then they say, no way. I'm not going to do that. Because they're an amorphous malignancy with no principles, a chaotic and destructive force. And it's going to lead to destruction for the Democratic Party. Ask not for whom the bell tolls for thee. I'll leave it there. Next segment's coming up at 8 p.m. tonight over at youtube.com/TimCastIRL. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you all then. Your Honor, that's it. What is that? If you're trying, if you're trying to pull, if you're trying to pull, if you're not, right, why would you be? And if you want to say Right. But after that, you never went. You have no idea what went on in the show with this or that. Is that right? It's cool. You have no idea. You don't have any personal knowledge. Right. Right. And you don't have, you have no idea how much damage was done to the trailer. Right. Personally.
So today we're going to take a look at all of the armament and enchantments that exist in Elden Ring. There's 9 of them in total, split between 3 for sorceries and 6 for incantations, and they all provide different passive and active effects. At the same time, I'm also going to give a general opinion of which are the best and the worst of them, and also give a few guidelines how to make the most out of them under different circumstances. Let's begin with the sorcery-related enchantments, including the Scholar, Frozen, and Unseen Blade. Now, the Scholar is probably the one that you acquire earliest from Selen at any point during her main questline, either at the beginning doing it or even after completing finishing it. Now, this one adds a bonus magic damage to the weapon you apply this to, equal to 75% of the sorcery scaling of the staff you use to apply the enchantment in the first place. So say, for example, you have a sorcery scaling of 100 on your current staff. well, 75 points of damage gets added to your weapon as bonus magic damage if you apply it like that. So what this means is that the more intelligence you stack with your mage build, the better the scaling of the stack is going to be, which translates in more bonus magic damage to your weapon. In this case, I've done a bunch of testing, and it seems that Lusat's stack seems to give some of the highest amount of bonus magic damage to any weapon since it comes with the highest scaling, and not just that, it also seems to have an additional bonus to just magic damage in general compared to some of the other stats. Now, this is the reason why this makes melee still very viable even in the end game, even if you play with a full mage, and it's actually desirable for you to maybe add a weapon in the mage, have a melee weapon to either make do when enemies get close to you or just surprise people in PvP and get a bit more damage on top of that, since you will obviously lack some of the other stats like strength and dexterity to make up for the damage of the base weapon itself. Given the fact that this lasts for a very long 90 seconds, doesn't really have any downside with the exception if you fight against enemies that have magic resistances, and the fact that it's so amazing for mage class in general, both early and late game, makes this one of the best armament enchantments in the game. Now the next one is going to be the Frozen Armament. This is acquired from the Scarab behind the Karya Manor here on the north side on the main road. It doesn't really increase the weapon damage, nor does it affect the attack power rating. What it does is that it creates frostbite buildup with each subsequent attack once you apply it to a weapon. Now, frost is actually desirable for a few reasons. One of them is because once the buildup happens, you deal a few hundred extra points of damage to the target, but then you also increase the damage that they take by another 20%. So once the buildup happens, you just deal 20% more damage against them. Intelligence seems to have no effects over the primary damage nor over the buildup. Testing this with 12, 48, and 99 intelligence produce the exact same results, and it requires the same amount of hits, which is about 7 or 8 hits to proc with the current build that I have. Given the fact that there's almost no requirement in terms of intelligence, outside of just getting rid of it in the first place, I would say that this is a great way to apply to a kind of like mix of build that just fits a bit of intelligence, but mostly uses dexterity or strength to have this bonus effect passively on your weapon. The final one for the sorceries will be the Unseen Blade. Now, this one doesn't affect attack power at all, really deal any more extra damage. It's purely for PvP, making your weapon invisible, and there is also a second spell that you can apply to your character to also make it invisible, but only in PvP. For the most part, this will not seem to affect or just regular NPCs at all. You pair this by the way from the large rise follow actually on the square to a region in which boys after finding a pretty turn to press, you get the same force to complete the puzzle, open up that light tower and just make it with the top between the spells. There are initially got two orientation versions of these, and there's 6 of them in total, all requiring sealed for finding in the first place, and obviously they will still have an advantage to the incantation steering versus sealers. Now let's begin with the block playing blade, which is one of the most amazing in the game. You go practice from the Scarab, just northwest of the Church of Rose, to the lake of the Lunia. This one applies both fire damage and a bleed build-up on each attack and lasts for 60 seconds. Now, compared to normal ways of applying bleed, this is much easier to pull off and maintain, since it also slowly builds up that bleed over time following every single attack. In many situations, actually, I've seen the blood loss popping up even after I've already finished hitting the enemy, so that's quite a huge bonus. The important component here is obviously going to be the bleed. It's quite hard to determine its true value, but when applying it to a weapon with no innate bleed whatsoever, and comparing that to a level 0 Uchigatana, it just needs one hit more to create a similar build-up to that. So in this case, the Uchigatana has 45 bleed by default and requires about 6 hits to proc the first bleed with no other buffs. In the case of the Blood Flame, that's about 7 to 8 hits for a similar effect. So we can estimate that the bleed buildup provided by the Blood Flame would be around 30 to 35 alone. That's why this is best to couple with an item that already has innate bleed on it, like the Uchigatana, other katanas in the game, if you select other swords and also scythes that kind of feature the bleed by default on them. Now the problem is that Arcane, which is a stat that is supposed to affect bleed buildup, and it does affect the one on the blood affinity, doesn't seem to affect the bleed from the blood flame, at least not in PvE and not for my testing. Meanwhile, for the fire damage component, this one increases your weapon's attack power by 40% of the incantation scaling of your seals. So the more faith you have, the more fire damage you will get with this. But obviously, you will not want to use this incantation with faith builds because there's way better solutions out there with way better enchantments that have almost double the scaling of this one. This is purely for bloodlust builds, I would suggest at least, and yeah, there's other solutions if you want attack power for faith builds. Which brings us to the Black Flame Blade, a great alternative. This is found from a prayer book in the fog room at the Stormvale Castle early on. You can make your way in this fog room closely to the courtyard and use one of these stone keys. It gives you a 0.65 incantation scaling as extra fire damage, and it lasts for 6 seconds. Now there's two damage components for this one. The primary damage of the weapon that gets affected by the flame, and there's also a flame dots a damage over time that immediately triggers for a couple of seconds after its initial application to the target. It's also good to note that the damage over time in this case is about 30% of extra damage on top of the one provided by the bonus attack power, which gets activated over the course of 2-3 seconds once you hit a target and the burn just affects them. So that's a nice bonus damage that brings it on par to some of the highest damage dealers for these types of effects in the game anyway. It only lasts 6 seconds though, but it has a quick application, so I guess that makes up for the extra damage. Now at number 6 we have the Order's Blade, which is something you acquire quite early from the round table or by using his bell bearing and the maiden. This enchants your weapon with holy damage for 90 seconds, giving you a bonus of 0.75 of your incantation scaling. Now, this thing seems to scale off the best if you use seals that also purely scale off faith. So if you use something like a hybrid, say Golden Order seal, which is supposed to maybe like at least according to lore buff this, you're actually going to get way less bonus damage if you were to compare this with something like the Earth Tree seal. It's not that it can work with a hybrid, it's just that you're getting like way less scaling in terms of damage. This seal also requires 13 points in intelligence, most probably because of lore reasons. This also means that it's not the best option out there since you're wasting quite a few levels for extra intelligence, especially for builds that might not need extra intelligence. If you do, then probably it's not a problem, but there's way better solutions than this, which brings us to the electrified armament in a bit. The only thing I want to say more about the Order's Blade is that it's probably the best option against skeletons, since for the most part they can't revive if they get hits, and they also get like bonus damage from the holy damage. So in catacombs or any places with graveyards, this is probably your best source of damage. But the electrified armament, as I've said, is a much better version of the Order's Seal, since it does not require any additional intelligence, just 15 points into fate. Just like in the case of the previous one, this one also lasts for 90 seconds, also has a weapon damage increase equal to 0.75 of the incantation speed of your seal. It's just that it's not going to one-shot those skeletons or keep them from rising. But otherwise, for really increasing your attack power and going in with a hybrid, and I've already covered this in the Zeus build from like a week ago, this is probably the best option to electrify your armament and increase their damage obviously in the market. It seems that the Gravelstone Seal provides the highest damage. So this obviously it skills the best and increases their attack power by a huge amount compared to some of the other options, even with the pure like fate options that exist. But that's obviously for the electrified armament and for bonus attack power. So if you are running with a build that relies on spell damage from fate, you're gonna switch on your hand at that fate. But you can always mix and match and always switch around the singles. By the way, this is applied from the Roman knife on the road just south into Arthur's Shack right here in Unia, and you can then bring that available either to Poland at the round table or Medium and the Church of Vows, and we can settle this right away. Now, in number 8, we have the Wilson Parliament. Again, there's pretty much from just north of the south, we have the Freeland from one of these invisible fields. But in this case, it seems to be one of the weakest armaments in the game, at least in my opinion. It's not going to provide attack power similarly to that frost armament, and instead will rely on the build-up of poison. It's also the cheapest in the game at just 10 faith, so literally almost anyone could use it. The poison works a bit different than anything else. You will apply a damage over time that lasts for a very long time actually, and eventually can rank up to hundreds of damage with zero upgrades into anything. Now, that being said, this seems to be the lowest and the weakest version of a poison effect that exists in Elden Ring, providing only 7 points of damage per tick, but it lasts for a good minute or two until you reach about 5 to 600 total damage. But there's better versions of this, including a Venom version, which seems to be like the upgraded version of the poison. This one would provide about 14 points of damage over the course of 1 or 2 minutes. And there's also a third tier of it that can provide up to 24 points of damage per tick for like 2,000 plus damage over the course of like 1 or 2 minutes again. But that being said, if you spend that long on fighting bosses, I'm not sure you're doing it right. Like it would work or in like group setups where multiple enemies attack the boss and this one doing stack dots and then you look start away and run and do something else. But you're gonna want to like swiftly take down bosses and have them minions, maybe poison could be buffed or change a little bit. And finally, at number 9, we can find strategical to fire from mountaintops by hitting like white clear from working bosses. It does require 23 points into fate, so it has a bit of a high requirement. It lasts for 70 seconds and still grants an extra attack power of 0.75 over incantation scaling, but at the cost of greatly decreasing your enemy resistance. So that's almost like 35% decrease lightning damage on the supply. It also adds about 50% increase in equipment load, so that would be a great way to maybe have more to be able to carry on your shoulders, maybe even decrease that roll from medium to low depending on how much we have put on the character. Sadly, though, this is just a weaker variant of the regular electrified armament. It is the cooler version of it. I will admit that it definitely has 100% increase in the cold factor since it is effective probably not even a weapon, but I don't think I can one days for anything that really just amusement or well role-playing purposes, since obviously the electrified armament is the way that a version that does not come open with the downsides. Those are also these are all the armament enchantments in the game. If you were to make a top of these, the best one would obviously be the electrified armament, which is good damage, followed by the scholar, which is another amazing one. Also, log flame is coming for big bills at number 4. I would trouble for the black flame since it's so amazing that it has for flying through provides a great damage and synergy with some other spells in the game. We will cover that differently in different videos. Now, of course, this is it. Let me know what you think. So guys, and the next one.
Damn, I was just a little bit too close.
Hello and welcome back to Race Gaming Videos. My name is Hello. Today we have our top picks for the arcane weapons. With the recent patch, arcane is actually working, and that means we actually have scaling arcane on our weapons. Arcane is also now working correctly with status buildup. So the more arcane you have, the faster your bleed, your poison, your scarlet rot, and so on. These statuses, they're going to build up even quicker. So yes, arcane players are eating good right now, not just because, hey, it's actually working, but because, Jesus, these are some strong options for the game right now. Before we jump into the actual weapons, I do want to quickly explain something. You see, arcane scaling works differently to the scaling of other stats, so your dex and strength and so on. Arcane soft caps as early as 20, and then even harder at 50, and then the true hard cap is at 80. So there's no point going over 80 if you are going to level arcane for any purpose, and you need to go to 80 for a very specific purpose, like my as much bleed build up as fast as possible build, which again is a bit specific and not that universal. Interestingly, it also works differently for your arcane spells. The soft cap is at 30, and then it hard caps quickly at 45. Unless you're using a pure catalyst that only scales with one stat, so the soft cap of that is a lot higher at 60, and hard caps again at 80. So these are my top picks for arcane weapons. I'm going to talk about 2 weapons very quickly. We're going to talk about the Bolt Blade, of course, and the weapon I'm holding right now. This is the Rivers of Blood katana, an extremely meta pick, known throughout the community at this point for being really strong. Before arcane worked, this Corpse Pilot Ash of War, let's take a look, was really good at catching people out in PvP. While the damage wasn't super great, it was really good for pressuring people and pulling out suddenly, a surprise Ash of War. Now it actually works though, and as you can see in PvP,
It really does work. It's so hard to avoid once you've been caught out by it. The range is really good, and obviously the damage is solid too. But hey, if we look at this in PvE, well, yeah, the range is really good, the damage is really good, the bleed buildup is really good. If you've got a bleed vulnerable enemy, this is a great choice. But actually, the base values are pretty damn solid. Just because the range and the attack damage of it, well, yeah, you could use this against a boss that is immune to bleed and still do good damage. At a plus 10, we can check the scaling, which is a dex of B. So it scales really well with actually dex, as well as the more standard arcane D scaling we see on a lot of arcane weapons. It results in a bloodlust buildup of 73 per hit. The moveset itself is just your standard katana moveset. This is the same as any katana in the game. Whether you're using a base katana or whatever, it's exactly the same moveset. The only thing that's different about this katana is, well, very unique and cool look. And then, of course, the corpse piler, Asher Boar, which is incredible. To get your Rivers of Blood katana, then you're going to need to come here to the Church of Repose in the mountaintops of the Giants region. This is as you progress through the area and loop back around and make your way to, you know what, the boss fight that is here. I'm trying to spoil. The problem is, as people have been telling me, that it doesn't work once you've actually killed the area boss. So you must come here to the Church of Repose and be invaded by the invader and kill him to get his helmet and, of course, the Rivers of Blood katana. From what I've been told. Next up then is Eleanor's Pole Blade, a very obvious choice and another well known by the community, but actually less popular than the Rivers of Blood katana for a few reasons. Let's take a look at it. It has a C scaling at dex plus 10, and again an arcane of D. So flat out, the raw values of this weapon, the AR potential, well, it is lower than the katana, than Rivers of Blood. But you shouldn't let that fool you, because it actually has a higher blood loss buildup of 78. And when we look at the base moveset compared to the Rivers of Blood katana, well, this is, frankly, there's a lot more going on. There's a lot more attacks landing. It's a lot longer of a combo. The R2, the heavy, is multiple hits during a spin. So if you're wanting to play an arcade build and also pop that bleed a bit more consistently, especially against PvP bosses, well then, yeah, actually the Pole Blade is really the better option. What I think puts people off about this weapon compared to the Rivers of Blood is the range. You're quite static while doing this right, but it's just the wind-ups, the slow mobility, and the Ash of War specifically, which is called, let me just check, the Blood Blade Dance. Compared to the standing, beautiful reach of the Corpse Pilot, this is a lot more mobile. It is a lot more flashy and backstepping. So you're doing a front flip, you're looking forward, doing an attack, and then after that, you're coming back away. So let's say you're against a target dummy and you're running to hit them as much as possible. All this movement is a little bit awkward. Even PvP, I have to really cram myself against them to get this combo up and really kind of get them caught out or played or trade to catch someone with this. So to say the least, it's a bit awkward. It's flashy, it's satisfying, it's cool, it's effective, especially if you hit it and it's rebuilt up, it's better than the Rivers of Blood. But it takes a bit more effort, and like I say, it's a bit more awkward to use. So maybe that's why the Rivers of Blood is slightly in favor compared to the Pole Blade. Both are very good, and ultimately, it's going to be on your preference. Get the Pole Blade, then you need to come here to the second church of America in the Altus Plateau region. It's fairly near the original bonfire. The first church that come across. When you enter here, you will be invaded by Eleonora, who you must have killed to actually get drops, including her weapon, in your way. So it's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. You just need to come here and kill. Our third weapon on this video, then, has got to be Bowwind's Sacred Spear. This is, I mean, it's iconic. You literally get an incredible main attack, the ultimate ability of Bow during this fight. As far as arcane weapons go, this is super unique and super cool, and definitely one of my favorite boss weapons in the game. Baseline, it is an incredible 86 blood loss buildup at plus 10 when we're reaching that sort of gap of 15 arcane. It's actually a strength weapon more than a dex weapon, which is a surprise because this is actually a spear, you know, rather than a staff per se. So you've got a spear moveset. You have that incredible running R2 that catches people out in PvP. This thing has some serious range, and I keep seeing it in my tools for a good reason. But it's not just good in PvP for that purpose, for that bleed build-up, but in PvE against bosses, or even better, multiple targets, absolutely outrageous, because this is a AoE range look at the build up. As you can see, it's just so good for multi-target in the world. It's so good. And then you've got popping up the weapon, so you've got this blood effect on your attacks. And if I'm running, say, the border blood expectation, of course, going to get that attack power well whenever you get the proc. It's scaling at a C level on arcade, which is pretty impressive. You're usually seeing a scaling of demon weapons like this. So if you keep your strength relatively low, put it at say 28, and then when you two-hand it, that'll scale up by 50% to 55. That's a nice soft cap hit right there. You have plenty of stats left over to level up your mind, and other things like intelligence or faith to run some other spells. Now, as I said, it is a boss weapon. So how to get to this area, you can either complete Barry's storyline to get here very early, or we can go to the consecrated snowfield and head west over here. There's a bloody portal that you can go through, and that will take you to the first race of the area, and you can progress through and defeat the boss. I love this weapon just because you can pretend you're a rogue. Boss weapons that really make you feel like a mini version of that boss are just super cool. Next up then has to be Bloody Hellis. This weapon is currently being talked about quite a lot. And I actually think it's, in a way, being slept on, you know, the actual power of the weapon itself. But let me get into it to begin with. This weapon, right, is a heavy thrusting sword. So what that means is it's a thrusting sword, but it's a bit slower, and the output, the damage numbers you're going to see compared to a quick attacking thrusting sword is going to be bigger, right? But it's still a dex-based weapon. It's not like a strength weapon. It scales with arcane at a B rating. That is really good. So the blood loss build-up I'm seeing right now on this weapon is 94 with my arcane at that soft cap of 50. So yes, this is a very viable bleed weapon. It's a great thrusting weapon, which we don't often see in the meta, to be honest with you. And it even has a unique Ash of War, the Dynast Finesse. So what this is a little backstep. Really nice evade, doesn't cost much FP, and then you follow that up with an R2, and you do a little thrust attack. You come straight back in, which is a huge gap closer. Pretty slick in PvP for evasion and coming straight back in, catching someone out, but also in general, you know, in boss fights. That's a nice little thing to have. This weapon is good. It is strong. It's effective, and it's a bleed weapon. And bleed is nuts right now, and arcane works really well with that right now. So yes, this is a clear, very, very good hit. I'm here with the thrust, so I'm going to evade away from his attack, come back in thrust. It's good, man. This is a good weapon. It's got very low base requirements to use, and then of course you've got that really good scaling with the arcane and reasonable dex scaling at C. So on that, I would say 50 arcane and 55 dex would be a great idea to reach those middle soft caps, opening things up. This is a great option for you. But why am I saying a lot of people are talking about it right now for a different reason? Well, I made a video very recently talking about how this weapon is currently being used by speedrunners to absolutely dominate bosses through a moveset swap. As you can see, I'm holding a katana, and as I do the heavy attack with the katana, it's the overhead attack. When I do the war cry, Ash of War on this katana, well, then the attack changes. It's a new war cry katana attack, where I'm leaning forward and getting multiple hits and a big slam at the end. If you read the description of Warcry, this cannot be put on things like thrusting swords, like this Bloody Hellis weapon. But if we put the Bloody Hellis in the offhand, then in the main hand, we still use the katana or any weapon that can have this Warcry on it, and do the Warcry. We'll get that little damage buff, and if we then two-hand the offhand weapon, Bloody Hellis, and try to use the R2, its R2 changes for the katana Warcry heavy, meaning this incredibly strong weapon gets many little hits, dealing ridiculous damage, which will also consistently stagger a whole roster of enemies, including the final boss of the game. It's that good. And if it is vulnerable to bleed, you're getting the many hits as well, so you're gonna get the bleed prop. It is currently a ridiculously good option using this moveset swap glitch to destroy bosses. To get yourself the Bloody Hellis, then you're going to need to come here. This is a ruin at the northern point of the altar. So, very close to the bridge here. So, you just come into the ruins. The name of the ruins is Bright Blood Ruins. I'm going to go underground, big shot. Let's go. Inside, you have a very reasonable mini boss who is kind of just a normal enemy that you're able to fight out in the world. And yeah, I'm able to kill him even on a low-level character who came and got the spear for a speed run. So not too much of a problem. Once you kill him, behind him, you're going to be able to go into the next room. And in the chest in there is, of course, the bloody Hellas. So yeah, man, like this weapon, baseline, great weapon. Lots of utility, really like the moveset, really like the action war, quite powerful, quality style.
see, I'll still read. Oh, that's a great deal for that. Probably good yard problems. Even on tougher bosses where my skill level is like I was able to safely guard most of the fight. And that about sums it up. If you have any suggestions about how to improve this build, or if there's anything else you'd like to add, I'd love to hear that. Great Shields is a great way to get started in Elden Ring. It's a great game. Until then, later, taters.
Okay, so this is a little bit of a different video. This is Steve, Kelly, and Kyle. We all played a lot of Elden Ring at this point. So me, Kelly, and Platinum this game. And we all like it a lot. I've been playing these games for a really long time. I mean, I played Kingsfield when I was a kid, and I started playing Demon Souls a little bit after it came out. And Steve rather recently got into the Dark Souls games, and Kyle played through Bloodborne, I believe, but I don't know much else.
I played a little bit of Souls with PS5.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Kyle cut his teeth on Bloodborne before Elden Ring, me on Dark Souls, and Kelly, he's been there for the whole series, pretty much.
Yep. Yeah. And what we want to do in this video is just so much about Elden Ring. That I have with the box design, and we'll be talking about that.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? It's Joey here. And today we are finally going over the flails. This will actually mark the last weapon category that we're reviewing out of all the main weapons in the game. So, I mean, obviously, this is not including things like the bows, torches, and shields, as that, but as for all of the main weapons, all 250 of them will be reviewed at the end of this. So, there is that. It's been a long ride. Doesn't mean content's going to stop here, though. We have more ideas and more series coming along the way. So, do subscribe and stay tuned for that type of stuff. But as for now, getting right into the flails, I do not like these weapons. If you've checked out yesterday's video, you would already know my opinions and thoughts on these. I'll probably link that video down below. But I'm not going to get too much into detail as to why I do not like them. But as for the flails themselves, these are shorter range weapons that swing very slowly, very comparable to how hammers will work, except this will actually have the innate ability of not being able to get parried, and most of these weapons do get that blood loss put up as well. There are 5 flails in total, 3 of which can be infused with an Ash of War. 2 of them will just have intelligence scaling, but obviously we'll get into that. As for our stats in this video, once again, I'm going to have 40 in everything. Do not emulate this, it's purely for testing. And yeah, without let's get right into the moveset. So, looking at the basic light attack combo, just going to get a 4-hit combo with just a bunch of horizontal slaps. As for the heavy attack, just going to get an overhead, pretty much like a double overhead. Fully charge is going to like roll it up, which is okay. Like it'll make it do like more damage and more posture damage than regular heavy attacks or with other small weapons. But other than that's very basic. As for two-handed, it's pretty much going to be the exact same thing. It doesn't really differ at all. It's literally identical moveset. As for the rolling and crouching attack,
Yeah.
it's going to be a very similar moveset to one-handed and two, and how the hammers work in general.
What's up, man?
Running light attack, one-handed and two-handed, pretty much identical. They didn't really change up anything with these at all. And
Nothing. I'm looking for something.
Exact same thing. Backstab attacks, one-handed and two-handed.
Shield crash.
Slightly different. They still bring for the jumping attack. Very basic. You can't really complain about these. All weapons pretty much work the exact same way with just jumping attacks. As for the power stancing moveset, it literally copies the hammers exactly. Literally identical to the hammers. I do not know why. It is very lazy and stupid, but jumping heavy attack, jumping power stance attacks are still decent. Running attacks are okay. The crouching, they're fine. Actually, a good thing about the jumping and rolling and crouching attacks with the flails, for whatever reason, they actually do stagger damage against larger enemies. So I was testing it against Steven, who was actually staggering Steven with rolling attacks and jumping power stance attacks. Hammers didn't do this. Even though it's like pretty much identical to the hammers in every single way, hammers jumping attacks and crouching attacks did not stagger larger enemies. Whereas with the flails, the crouching attacks and jumping attacks actually do. So there is that. It actually has one positive to these weapons. As for the main Ash of War, you do get Spinning Chain, which I am a big fan of. It does like cause that blood loss build up really nicely. You have the light attack combo, and you have a heavy attack, which obviously does do a lot more damage and do more stagger damage as well. It just makes for a nice carry. Unfortunately, there is no actual physical, no item Ash of War called Spinning Chain, so you can't actually equip this at all and actually infuse your weapon. So if you wanted to use this, unfortunately you can't infuse it. So there is that, a big negative to the flails. Yeah, without out the way, let's roll right into the first weapon. Alrighty, first up we have the regular flail. When we're comparing the length of the weapon, we have to like kind of see how far it like limps down. So they're all going to be pretty much the exact same length, except for a couple of them a little bit longer, but they're all pretty short and like in most cases anyway. But yeah, getting right into the stats of the weapon is going to get a C in dexterity and a D in strength. Obviously, all these flails do get that innate blood loss build up, or the ones that can be infused at least. Low weight and low requirements as well is going to get a total AR of 445, which is going to be pretty low, but it is just the basic weapon of this class. The moveset we literally just went over. As to where to find it, you can get it extremely early on, just outside the gate front ruins. Right about here, be like on a carriage. I think it's just in front of this side of Grace. So in front of there, there'd be a carriage. You can just open up the chest and get the weapon. As for all of the infusions, Heavy will get you a B in strength, Keen will get you a B in dexterity, Quality gets you double Bs, Magic gets you a B in intelligence, Fire gets you a C in strength, Flame Heart and Sacred will get you a B in faith, Lightning gets you a C in dexterity, Poison and Blood will get you a C in dexterity and a D in breath, strength, and arcane. Hold will get you a C in both strength and intelligence, like dexterity and intelligence, and then strength. And hold will get you a B in arcane. So this one can be like the most basic out of all of the other flails. It's going to be doing the least amount of damage because you do get it really early on. So you're going to spec into like either a blood build if you so please, because it does have that blood loss build up, or have a cold reviews and have multiple stats. Just spec into the dexterity because that's supposed to be better in, and just use this weapon until you find a better flail later on in the game. But yeah, it's going to be just a very basic weapon. Okay, next up we have the Ninth Rider flail. Looking at the length of the weapon compared to the regular flail, pretty much just going to be pretty much the same in length. Nothing too crazy. One little cool thing about this weapon, or one very annoying thing about this weapon, is that all like the balls like don't even actually like separate. They kind of like phase together. Like, look at that. Anyway, as for the stats though, it's a B in dexterity, a D in strength, a 24 dexterity requirements. Doesn't get that same blood loss put up as the other flails, and gets a damage of 458, which isn't too bad. As for the moveset, it's going to be identical. All of the flails have the same moveset. As the way to find it, you can get very early on at the Weeping Peninsula off a night cavalry boss. Obviously, you're only spawning at nighttime, but if you're right about here patrolling, you can just kill him and get the weapon. As for all of the infusions, Heavy will get you a B in Strength, Keen will get you an A in Dexterity, Quality gets you double Bs, Magic gets you a B in Intelligence, Fire will get you a C in Strength, Flame Art will get you a B in Faith, Lightning will get you a C in Dexterity, Poison and Blood will get you a B in Dexterity and D in Arcane, Cold will get you a C in Intelligence and a B in Dexterity, and Cold will get you a B in Arcane. But there are only 3 players in the game. One's is like the basic one, one's better for Strength, one's better for Dexterity. This is the one that's better for Dexterity, so you're better off going for a clean build. If you want to spec into something like Poison, Blood, or Cold, feel free to go ahead with that as well. This is going to be the better option with this Dexterity scaling. Okay, here we have the Chain Link Flail. Looking at the length compared to the regular flail, this is going to be a lot longer. Pretty much like touching the ground, so it's going to be the longest flail in the game. As for all of your stats, going to get a weight of 8, which is too bad. A B strength scaling, and an E
Just
in
play some games or
Dexterity.
do some
Strength
vlogs, do a
requirement of
review.
18, so get the same blood loss put up, and total AR 456. So it's going to be the highest damaging play on the game, but it's going to get that one that's better with strength and dexterity. As for the moveset, once again, all players have the same moveset, and nothing
I think
to do.
so.
As to where to find this, you can farm it off the pumpkin technology. Luckily, you can't take the lost pattern. Right about here, there are going to be like a pumpkin enemy, you can just keep making it the drops. As for all of the scalings, then, Heavy will get you an A in Strength, King gets you a B in Dexterity, Quality gets you the Bs, Magic gets you a B in Intelligence, Fire gets you the C in Strength, Flame Art and Sacred gets you a B in Faith, Lightning gets you a C in Dexterity, Poison and Blood will get you a B in Strength and a D in Arcane, Cold will get you a B in Strength and a C in Intelligence, and a Cold will get you a B in Arcane and a B in Strength. So this one is the only better strength scaling flail in the game. So if you had a strength-based build, this is going to be your best option. So pairing with anything, whether it be heavy or just cold, anything with like a decent strength scaling, you can pretty much use. Okay, time for the weapons that cannot be infused. Starting off with the family heads. Looking at the length compared to the flail, it's going to be very similar in length. It's going to have that same like stupid weird glitch, like the things like phase into each other. The same thing as like the
Why can't I find these couple little things?
Anyway. As for the stats, going to get a weight of 5.5, low requirements, a B in Dexterity and a D in both Strength and Intelligence, doing split magic damage, doing a lot more physical. As for the total AR, 581, which is okay. I wish I had like a better Intelligence scaling, because I don't know, D in Intelligence is kind of pretty weak. It needs like at least a C. As for the moveset, once again, all players are the same one. The weapon on third, the Familial Rancor. This one will just cast these death sorceries, so they'll also be doing magic damage scaling off your magic, which honestly ties into like how I prefer this having a higher intelligence scaling because it would actually play nicely. But with each cast does cost 25 FP, which is a lot, honestly. It works nicely, so it slowly tracks towards the enemy. You'll probably see gameplay of it going on. But it does decent damage and it will like stagger enemies as well and do more posture build up. Also, it's not you can cast it while walking, so it's pretty decent. I just wish it consumed a little bit less FP, because it would be actually pretty decent if like you could spend a lot more, so maybe consume about 15 FP would be a lot more viable, because At the moment, 25 FPS is way too much for what it does. But other than that, though, it's still very decent weapon up. As to where to find it, though, you can get a pretty mid-game. All the way over here at the Sage's Cave, it will drop off the boss, I believe, and yeah, kill the boss, it will just drop the weapon from the use. Okay, last of the weapons we have here is the Bastard Stars. Looking at the length of the weapon compared to the flail, it's going to be longer. I'm pretty sure the second longest flail in the game, second to the chain flail, obviously. But it is going to be the prettiest looking flail in the game. As for all these stats, it's going to get a low weight and low age requirements there. It's a dexterity scaling of C and intelligence scaling of B, which is really nice, doing split magic damage, doing more magic than physical, which is nice because it does have that higher intelligence scaling. And gets total AR of 592, which is pretty solid. The scalings are really nice, unlike the family that just gets low intelligence scaling. This one actually gets a high intelligence scaling and a decent dexterity scaling also, which is really solid. As for the moveset, once again, all players show the exact same moveset. Well, actually, one thing I forgot to mention about the Bastard Stars is that it does have this hidden perk where it does more damage to void-based enemies. I think it's like a 20% buff against void-based enemies. I'm pretty sure that's the unlike certain bosses that do this kind of like effect that you'll see in a second. I'm pretty sure like bosses like Astel and the Falling Star Beastjaw did. I'm pretty sure bosses, those are like the void-based enemies and they will do more damage to them. Which is okay, I guess, or like barely any enemies that fall under that category. Anyway, yeah, as I was saying for the moveset, all are going to be identical to the flail. As for the weapon art, it gets Nebula, which once again consumes 25 FP, but does this 360 AoE attack, which is really good for crowd control, and does a decent amount of damage as well as stagger and cost damage. So it can be really good for single target crowd control. So it's a really solid weapon and decently fast as well in terms of casting speed. Once again, my only gripe is that it consumes 25 FP, which is a little bit too high compared to a lot of the other Ashes of War in these games that are really good. And it consumes like a lot less FP. So something like this, I wish it was a little bit less, so like about 20 would have made for a nice sweet spot. But otherwise, it's still really good. There's not any negatives to this other than the fact that it's a little bit too much FP. As to where to find this, you do get a pretty endgame at the Lake of Rock, past the Lake of Rock of the boss Astel. You kill him, then trade in his remembrance via Enya, and you can get the weapon. Okay, chart plan. Probably like the last time I'm doing something like this, honestly. Yeah, getting right into it, starting with the heavy ones of course. These are our stats. Ashes of War, I recommend. Wild Strikes, obvious option for flails, honestly one of the better ones. Works really, really well. You can keep spending it. Low stamina and XP cost. Does really nice amounts of damage. Does low poise damage. And you have a lot of hyper and draining animation also. Lion's Claw, to just get buffed where it's really insane to you. I can use the Lion's Claw, definitely recommend using it. We're going over everything. Chainlink Throw is going to be the obvious option we'll use for heavy infusions. Being that this one just has the higher strength scaling, so honestly I kind of ignore these numbers for now because the way these all play out, like the flail is going to be the worst, this one's going to be better for dexterity, this one's going to be better for strength. But yeah, let's see how it's going to work. I'm going over the fire infusions. Once again, fire is better for strength-based builds. Flame on the red mains. Honestly, like, just, it's insane. You know about it, I've made plenty of videos on different types of Ashes of War. I've already reviewed most of the Ashes of War. If you want to know more of my opinions on all of these, I have a whole series dedicated to these. The trailing flail is going to be obvious option again, better for strength-based builds. Moving on to the dexterity-based stuff. You know, nothing well talking about that one, but Knight Rider Throw is going to be your best option if you don't have pure dexterity, being that this is going to get really an A scaling in dexterity, with this one I can get like a B. So it's going to be doing more damage at B stats, so switch away senses, ignore this for now, like the damage numbers. If you're going to go with a keen base build, I would just go with this. It's just going to be doing more damage with higher dexterity. Same thing with lightning, so lightning is better for dexterity based builds. Lightning ram is really solid. This makes it like a nice damaging option that will get you like do some decent posture damage as well, which is something that the flails lack. But yeah, Knight Rider flail is something I recommend once again because it gets that better dexterity scaling. Moving on to quality, Storm Stomp. I do like this one because you can just stagger enemies and go straight into your combo because your flails aren't really going to be staggering enemies, so this just makes for a nice solid option to have. Challenge is going to be doing the most quality infused for all these numbers. Your guard's going to be higher level than once you use the quality base weapon. The challenge is going to be your best bet. Moving on to the faith-based stuff, so Sacred and Flame Lock. Critical Strike, always recommend. This one's really, really good. The amount of times you can like just trade, get a whole bunch of health back is really solid. It probably is better with like larger or something with not really small ones like the flails, but it's still decent, it still works. It's just lacking in the damage category, but the infinite health regen you get on each hit is actually insane. But yeah, once again, the Chainlink flail didn't bring the most damage. If you're going to go with faith-based build, this is going to be really good. It just has the most range as well, so no reason as to why you won't want to use it, other than the fact that it's a flail, obviously. But yeah. Moving on to intelligence. So magic spinning open is literally the only one that it gets, so there's nothing else I could put. It feels like this and something else, and I prefer spinning open because LC does have that innate blood lock to it off, so Fadeless spinning open just makes for an okay combo. Chainlink Flail once again does the most damage, comparing it to weapons that cannot be infused that have intelligence scaling, which are the only two here. Obviously Blasted Stars can make a little bit more damage because it has better scaling. The family was lacking a lot of scaling in my opinion. It should have a higher intelligence scaling, so it's missing. The Blasted Stars scaling and damage is decent, it's fine. I'm not too mad about it, like this Flail is generally the buff. I just wish that these two had a slight buff to their weapon, to their FP cost in their weapon arts, but other than that, they were perfect fine. Going over the cold ones, Cold Frost obvious option is really like giving the option there for cold infusions. Surprisingly, Rider Flail is actually doing the most damage cold infused. So there you go, if you want to go with the cold infusions. Down the store, I always recommend cold infusions with bleed type weapons because you have multiple status effects happening at once. Makes a really nice combo. Once again, comparing the AR to weapons that cannot be infused that have intelligence scaling, not that much far off. So if you do want a power sense and you can have something like this and you're offering this one's in your right hand so you can take advantage of these cool weapon arts if you wanted to. Moving on to the arcane based stuff. Poisonous Missile is really the only option. Unfortunately these weapons do not get any blood based access at all, which I don't understand why not. All these weapons have innate blood lock put up, yet they don't get given a single blood type action wall. It makes literally no sense. I have no idea why they couldn't think of anything unique for these flails to... I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, Night Rider Flail doing the most damage once again, so there's that if you want to go with a poison build alongside your innate blood loss build up. The damage itself is not that much different, so who knows what like the actual motion values will be like, so you could literally pick either one to potentially expect into more dexterity or strength. So yeah, we had that more dexterity go with Night Rider, more strength go with Chainlink. As for the occult infusions, White Shadow War is literally only occult based active wall, so I literally recommend using anything else. But once again, they're pretty much doing the exact same damage, so well, this one's better for strength, this one's better for dexterity. So yeah, that concludes my chart, so let's get right into my favorite build. Okay, time for my favorite build involving the flails. Once again, yes, I am power stancing, I have fun doing it, and it's actually effective, especially with the flails. So, as for the build itself, I'm going to have the Blasted Stars in my main hand, and I have the Night Rider Flail Cold Infused in my offhand. As for our stats, I'm 40 vigor, 30 mind, 15 endurance, 54 dexterity, and 65 intelligence. As for our talismans, our talismans, we're going to have the Shard of Alexander to boost our weapon skills, because weapons themselves actually suck, so we're going to utilize weapon skills. And Radical Icon, and then the Dragon Mass Talisman to actually boost our sorceries, and 4 Talisman to enhance our jumping attacks. The jumping attacks in this game are really good, and with the flails in particular, they're actually pretty decent, because power stancing jumping attacks actually stagger. Unlike the hammer power stance jumping attack, I don't know why they don't stagger, but the flails actually do. They're running actually 2 attacks with the power stancing combo actually stagger, where you saw the crouching and jumping, which is really solid. So I can just keep showing on those on larger enemies, and then as you see, you actually got his posture broken. So flails aren't actually that bad, and they're still bad, but they actually do something that's better than hammers, which is actually insane. But yeah, so obviously this was going to be definitely utilizing all of that blood loss build up, as you can see with the weapon that it gets, that blood loss build up of 45, and you're going to get that frost build up as well, so it just has innate blood going on at the same time, which is always going to be good. Although it's not going to be that much, but it's still fine. I guess like larger bosses that can be affected by blood, it's going to be a positive. If you wanted to help inflict the blood a little bit quicker, you could just use Wild Strikes, which I actually have equipped onto this, so I could just use that, and just keep going hard with this and just kept going. Although it's up against larger enemies like Steven and Rachel fighting that, versus the one with Trevor Great Sword. But if it's so quick, you could do something like that and just help inflict bleed even quicker. By going over Nebula real quick, it does not get hyper off, which is unfortunate, but it does decent stagger damage as well as puncher damage, and it makes good for a crowd control, and as you can see the range of it is actually really good. Thanks to the fact that it hits multiple times, staggered really nicely. Will hit like obviously multiple times, so you can stagger them throughout the animation, so once you finish the animation you're pretty much safe, because it obviously hits any 360-degree radius, so anything around you pretty much gets staggered an additional time to have you like free up to either dodge out of the way or just go in for another attack to actually make for a very decent weapon art. But yeah, flails aren't that powerful, but if I was going to make a build around them, this would be it. Yeah, that out of the way, let's get right into my ranking. Okay, time for my ranking. Starting off at number 1, we have the Bastard Stars. So this one, it has a really solid weapon art. Perfect, that's the only reason I put it up that high because, or I put it at number 1 because the weapons themselves are kind of subpar, so you want to actually use something that's unique and good to the weapon, and Bastard Stars has a unique Ash of War, and it actually is very decent, good for crowd control, good for damage, as you saw in my favorite build portion of the video, makes for a very solid weapon, overall with that weapon on itself, and it has very decent scaling as well alongside its B in intelligence and C in dexterity, so really solid there. Number 2 we have Family Heads. Reason why it's number 2 is because it has a unique Ash of War, so it's better than like the rest because of that, because the other weapons don't really have any much uniqueness to them, but Family Heads does have something that's unique about it, so hence why I put it at number 2, because there's actually something going for it. There's actually a reason to use this, whereas the rest is not really much of a reason to use it. But yeah, the weapon on itself is pretty decent. Once again, it does consume a little bit too much FP for what it does. Does decent damage, does stagger enemies as well, can track very nicely. You can use it in a heated battle beam, it's not that slow of a cast, and you can walk around while you're casting it. You do that as a very slow tracking projectile against like certain bosses where like they read inputs, they will dodge just right into it pretty much, so makes for a decent weapon. Number 3 we have the Knight Rider flail. This one is the flail that's going to have a better dexterity scaling. Although the flail just sucks, there's not really much anything that's unique about this at all because it's a flail. It doesn't have that bloodless wealth, obviously, as do all the other flails. I just value this more than the rest because of the dexterity scaling, because if you want it to power sense, you actually can power sense it with these better than you would with the other ones, because these both have a better dexterity scaling, so it just makes for a nice option. Because if you're going to use flails, I just recommend power sensing, because power sensing them is actually not that bad, being that you can stagger larger enemies and like punch damage a lot better than you can on other weapons of similar type. Yeah, if you were just using flails by itself on one hand, I wouldn't really recommend it. You'd just try to mix it up more than anything. But being that Knight Rider flail would pair nicely with these two, which is the reason why it's number 3. Number 4 we have the Chain Link. So this one was doing more damage, does have more range, but the fact that it's only better for strength-based builds, where it's the only weapon in this class that gets strength. So once again, being that it can't really play into anything else, and I don't really recommend using just one flail by itself, and I recommend power sensing because it's where it shines the best. That's why it's going to be lower than Knight Rider, even though it does more damage than Knight Rider. And then last is going to be the flail. It's just only going to like the least amount of damage, so it's just a basic weapon you get at the beginning, it's the first one. It makes sense as to why it sucks. And it's why it's at the bottom, it has really nothing going for it. Flail, it sucks, is what it is. I have nothing I forgot to mention about the Bastard Stars, it does have that 20% more damage to void enemies, I already mentioned that, but yes, barely even a thing, hence why I forgot about it. But that's a thing that exists, another reason why it's at number 1. But yeah, that pretty much concludes my rankings, and the last of the rankings of all these weapon category reviews. So yeah, that's pretty much all of that. Ended up with the flails, I think. Jeez, I don't know, very weak. Hopefully they get buffed in the near future. So yeah, that pretty much concludes the video, guys. As always, please like and subscribe if you do appreciate this style of video. I am going to have a channel update video coming out tomorrow, because I was going to talk about a bunch of different things moving forward in terms of content moving forward. But yeah, that's the end of this one, guys. Have a good one. Peace.
Before we dive on into today's video, I just want to give a quick shout out to this video sponsor, Aoa.com. To buy runes, any item, weapon, or piece of armor in Elden Ring, check out the link in this video's description and use code DPG at checkout for 3% off your already super cheap purchase. Hello YouTube and welcome back to another Dare Game video. Today we're playing Elden Ring. We're going to be doing another weapon guide, and today is the top 7 best intelligence scaling weapons. So let's say you're a raid, some sort of a player, and you have a really high intelligence skill, and you want to know what weapons go well with that because they scale with intelligence. Well, this guide is for you, because I'm going to show you the top 7 best ones, and get them. It's really quickable. So, we're going to start off right now with number 7, the Unexplored Greatsword. You can see it all big old sword, pretty cool looking, obviously from the weapon. As far as attributes tried to use this one, strength of 20, 16 for intelligence, and 16 for dexterity. No passive effects on this one, but it does have attribute scaling B for both strength, so not bad there, and also E for dexterity. You can see we've got pretty powerful physical and magic attack power. This one cannot be upgraded using Ashes of War, but it does have the Unexplored Repulsion special attack, which is pretty fun. We can see that we stomp it into the ground and then do a big old gravity pull attack, or push attack, I should say, that does pretty decent damage and is going to scale with your intelligence for how powerful it is. So it can be pretty useful, and I like it, and like I said, it scales rather well with intelligence, so it makes it good for a lot of mage type builds, especially if you're also putting some strength into it. As far as where to get this one goes, it's going to be up here in the Altus Plateau region, so you can see that we're over here by the Mindel capital, and we're here at the Sealed Tunnel. And to get here, if you start from the outer wall of Banditry and just kind of go this way, you'll be able to climb down and around getting to this section here, and then it's right down at the end. Once you've made your way into the Sealed Tunnel, you have to make your way to the end of it and defeat the Unexplored boss. Once you do that, the boss will drop this weapon, and that's how you get it. So I'm just going to zip to the cabin here and show you the path to do that. And so right through here, you will find your boss fight. And then once you've defeated the Unexplored, you will get the Unexplored Greatsword. So that's how you get it, and where you get it, and so that is number 7, the Unexplored Greatsword. Let's move on to number 6. Alright, so for number 6, we have the Dark Moon Greatsword. This one's my favorite. But it's definitely a excellent intelligence weapon. So as far as attributes tried to use this one, strength of 16, dexterity of 11, and intelligence of 38, so slightly high intelligence requirement there. We do have a passive effect, and that's that it causes a frost buildup of 55 points. For attribute scaling, we have strength for D, intelligence of D, and dexterity of D. And then you can see we're going to have most of our attack power coming from physical and magic. So pretty great there. It cannot be upgraded using F4, but it does have the Moonlight Greatsword special ability. In the description for that says, this sword along that, bathing it in light of the dark moon temporarily increases magic attack power and infuse blade with frost. Charged attacks release blast. So pretty useful there. Right here. So we just raise her up like that, and then we now have our blade imbued with that magical race power. And so when we use strength attacks with it, we can
send forth these big old sideways waves, and if we use light attacks, we don't send out a wave, but we do deal that extra magical frost damage. So it can be pretty dang useful. I know a lot of people really like this one, and since it can be fired in rapid succession, it doesn't cost FP. I'm a big fan of that special attack. Well, it doesn't cost FP to continue casting it, and it does stay charged for quite a long time. So pretty dang powerful special attack. As far as how to get this weapon, it is a lengthy process. So I'm not going to go through the entire thing, but you do have to do Ronnie's quest line. And you start that over here in the area at Ronnie's Rise. You talk to Ronnie the Witch up at the top, and it's going to take you through all of the underground regions. You'll start over here, you'll make your way through Seafra River. Then of course you have to make your way through Deep Root Depths to ride the event and popping over here to Azel River. And then you'll open a chest, you'll get a ring from that chest, then you can go back down here, do a boss fight right here, and then you can take a lift starting here, up to the deep as well. Then you'll be able to make your way over to the Cathedral of Celis, and down there in the cellar of this cathedral, you'll find what I can assume is the corpse of Ronnie or something to do with Ronnie. You put that ring that you got in the chest on her finger, and she will, after the end of the cutscene, you will complete her quest line, and then you will get this sword. So there are some pretty great guides online showing that whole process. It's a very long one. But this sword is definitely worth it because it's not only one of the best intelligence scaling weapons in the game, but one of the best weapons over. Like I said, that special attack can be pretty dang powerful since once you've charged it, you can just keep firing in rapid succession without any RP cost. And it deals pretty high damage. So that's number 6, the Darkmoon Greatsword. Let's move on to number 5. All right, and so at number 5, we have the Falling Star Beast Jaw, which is one of my favorite weapons overall in the game, and definitely a great one for the mage type playthrough. So as far as attributes spread to use this one, strength of 34, intelligence of 20, and dexterity of 12. No passive effects on this one. And for attribute scaling, we have C for strength, B for intelligence, and C for dexterity. So not the best intelligence scaling, but that being said, it does scale with intelligence, and the other abilities of this weapon make it pretty much insane. So this one is going to be a great strength and intelligence combo since it scales pretty well with both of them. And you do require a decent strength level of 34 just to use it. But so it goes really well with, like I said, that strength and intelligence type builds. No, you cannot upgrade it using Ashes of War, but the Gravity Bolt special attack is one of the most powerful special attacks in the game. And so to use that one, you charge it up like this, and you can fire that in rapid succession. So when you're attacking any enemy type, for most of your basic mobs, 1 or 2 hits will kill them. But for bosses and stuff, you can just keep piss pounding them with the special attack. And you can see, yes, it drains FP, but not very quickly. And given the damage output being like in the 1 to 2,000, depending on how well you upgraded the strength levels are, it's pretty great. So definitely a super overpowered weapon in my opinion, and one of the best ones for an intelligence build. As far as how to get this weapon, it is a reward for a boss fight, and it's a pretty difficult boss, especially once you get up there in the new game pluses, because these just keeps getting harder to fight. But you're gonna have to be up here in the Mount Gelmir sub-region of the plateau section, I guess, and it's up here in this crater you can see on the map they've artistically drawn. So the closest site of grace is the 9th Mount Gelmir campsite. So once you made your way up here, you can either climb a really long ladder or take the and then you will find this enemy in this crater, and it is a adult falling star beast. And like I said, it's pretty not complicated, but pretty hard boss fight because this enemy is a damage sponge and is very fast and maneuverable and can one hit and hit both people until you're ridiculously high on it. So it can be pretty hard to do, but once you do, this weapon is ridiculously powerful. So I think it's well worth it. So that's number 5, the Falling Star Bistro. Let's move on to number 4. All right, so at number 4, we have Death's Poker, a weapon that I think a lot of people sleep on given how dang powerful it can actually be. So this is a pretty great weapon. As far as attributes for to use this one, strength of 15, dexterity of 17, and intelligence of 11. It does have the passive effect, and that is that it causes a frost buildup of 65 points, which is pretty cool. For attributes healing, we have strength of C, intelligence of D, and dexterity of G. This one cannot be upgraded using Ashes of War, but does have the Ghost Flame Ignition special attack, which is pretty powerful. And so the description on that attack is the bar around and said it's triple light with Ghost Flame. So the normal attacks, it's like a ground the blaze with Ghost Flame, or a strong attack to trigger a massive explosion. So you can see we're just going to do that. Better flame, follow up with a regular attack. It does like a forward slashing blast attack of Ghost Flame, or if you follow up with a heavy attack,
It'll knock her down.
a big old explosion. So it should be a pretty freaking powerful type of attack. I really like it. And the Death Poker is just as far as overall damage goes, it's a pretty great weapon. And it looks kind of cool. It's just a bit similarly than it also particularly fun. So as far as where to get this weapon goes, it's going to be a pretty early game plan if you want to. So you head over to Caleb, and once you've made your way down to the southern Aeonia swamp bank, you're just gonna head over here. Of course, it has to be at night because this weapon is dropped by a Deathrite bird, and they always spawn at night. I've already killed it in this playthrough, but once you're over here, like I said, at night, so just wait until nightfall, you will make your way over into this little section right next to the side of Grace, and there will be a Deathrite bird walking around. Kill that bird, the bird will drop the Death's Poker, and that's how you get it. So not very hard to get. The Deathrite bird can be a tough fight if you're really low level and not prepared for it, but honestly, not that bad. So that is how you get the Death's Poker. That's number 4. Let's move on to number 3. Alright, for number 3 on the list of best intelligent scaling weapons, we have the Meteoric Ore Blades. Honestly. One so as far as actually trying to use 14, that's 14, and there. We do have a passive effect, and that is that it causes a blood loss. 50, so it's great. For actually scaling, we have C for intelligence, C for strength, and D for dexterity, so pretty good scaling there. This one cannot be upgraded using Ash 4, but it does have the Gravitas special attack, and a lot of people don't like, but I find it useful, especially against non-attack. It's not kind of useful. Some larger boss type enemies can be useful in certain circumstances. So for the Meteoric Ore Blade, this one is good for any type of intelligence build just because it does scale rather well with intelligence and has pretty great physical advantage. So it's great all around, but it also is especially great if you're going for a Meteoric mage build, which can be pretty powerful because one of the most powerful spells in the game is a gravity-based Meteoric attack. And so if you go with that, and this blade, it's just kind of rough. Go for it. If you'd like to see a specialized build for that, I could make those. You know what I'm saying. But yeah, so like I said, it is overall useful for any intelligence type build, but especially as far as where to get this weapon goes, you can come over here into David, so pretty much right away at the beginning of the game, and make your way over to the Caleb Waypoint Ruins, which is pretty close to the stray from Caleb highway north side of Grace. Once you make your way here, there's going to be a bunch of these enemies, and I've gone through kill before video because they annoy the crap out of me. But you go down into this underground section, again, there's going to be a lot of that. And once you made your way to the top of this little cavern, you open up the door, and you just inside this fence. And that's how you get the Meteoric Ore Blades. Pretty dang easy to get early in the game. Like I said, a really great weapon to pair with an intelligence-based mage build. So that is number 3. Let's move on to number 2. I don't know. Which is how I like the Meteoric Ore Blade, even I have to admit it is not the best katana in the game. So if you want the best katana for intelligence and best in the game, it's going to be the Moon Veil. So that comes in at number 2 again on the intelligence scaling weapon. So as far as attributes required to fun, strength of 12, dexterity of 18, and intelligence of 33, so a little bit higher intelligence requirement. This one also has a passive effect that it causes a blood loss bonus, so pretty great there. For scaling, we're going to scale B for intelligence, D for strength, and D for dexterity, so pretty good scaling there in your intelligence and dexterity type build. Pretty great attack power overall, making it just a pretty good weapon in general. This one also cannot be upgraded using Action 4, but it does have the transient Moonlight special attack, which is a lot of people's favorite and probably one of the most overpowered special attacks weapons have in the game. So for that, when you go to your stance, it just sheathes it, and then you can either do quick light attacks, which will blast forward that Moonlight type attack, which obviously will hit anyone directly in front of you, but also has a little bit more shoot out front. Or you can do the Heavy Bird, which is going to be similar, but it's going to obviously deal a little bit more damage. It's going to be a vertical slash. Obviously, a pretty great special attack, and like I said, one of the best intelligence scaling weapons and just weapons in general in the game. So as far as where to get this one goes, again, it's going to be Caleb. So you make your way to the Gale Tunnel, which is actually really close to the way that here along this road. You just kind of come down the road and you'll find the Gale Tunnel. Once you get here, you just make your way to the end of it, and you'll have to build a main room boss in this tunnel. So I'll just zip to the tunnel and show you that rotation. And so once you make your way here, you're basically at the end of the tunnel. You're going to want to open it back alright, this opens up the Lindring section of this tunnel. And if you go through this door, you will find the boss. Once you defeat the main one, you will drop the Moon Balance. when you get this sword. So that's number 2. Let's move on to the number 1 best intelligence scaling weapon. And so at number 1, of course, we have the Sword of Next Flame. And you should be pretty used to seeing this on most weapon lists, just because it's such a ridiculously overpowered weapon. And now, I guess I should clarify, because I don't know if I did at the beginning of the video, this list isn't which weapons scale the best with intelligence. Like, out of all of these, this one has the best intelligence scaling. If you're going for an intelligence type build, and therefore you want a weapon that scales with intelligence, these weapons are the best ones for that, if that makes any sense to you. So as far as actually prepared to use this one, strength of 12, dexterity of 12, faith of 24, so this one does have faith requirement, and intelligence of 24. For attribute scaling, we have D for strength, D for intelligence, B for faith, and D for dexterity, so it's not bad there. This one does have a lot of attack power, physical magic, and fire. This one cannot be upgraded using X4, but it does have the Knight and Flame stance, which is a very, very helpful special attack. So if you go into that stance, you can light attack, and it's going to be a comet type attack. So pretty dang powerful there. And we have the attack of using flame attack, which does pretty great damage in the Mario Kart. So very, very powerful, excellent for in-game type build, and scaled pretty well with intelligence. So as far as where to get this one goes, it's going to be over here in Liurnia. You make your way up the left side of Liurnia along this highway until you get to Paria Manor, and you fight your way up through until you get to the Manor lower level. And from that side of Grace, you just follow the path on the middle here, and it's pretty easy to get. Once you're done at the bottom of this little tunnel here, it'll be in this test where you can open this locked door and you get back outside. So that is, like I said, the number 1 spot. Obviously, all of these weapons are going to be extremely powerful based on the specific build you're using. I didn't rank them based on which one had like the highest attack power or whatever. I actually ranked these 7 based on which ones I like to use the most. And so that would be why the Sword of Next Flame, Moonveil, and Meteor, or Blade are going to be down at the top 3 on this list, whereas like the Falling Star, Beast Dog, is overall that, and the Dark Moon Great Sword can have ridiculously powerful DPS, especially if you're focusing over on them. I like smaller weapons better than big weapons, just because I'd rather swing fast for slightly less damage than really, really slow for slightly more damage. They're not ranked based on overall damage or anything like that. Like I said, these are the 7 best intelligence scaling weapons in Over 16. That's all for today. If you have any requests, comments, questions, concerns, maybe a district, something I said in the video, leave that all down in the comment section below. But with all that in mind, thanks for watching. Have a nice day. We'll see you next time. Thanks for watching another Elden video. If you like this video, please leave a like and a comment. If you haven't already, be sure to subscribe to the channel. If you like my content and would like to support this channel, consider becoming a member today for as little as $1.99 a month. It makes a huge difference. But in any case, thanks for watching and have a nice day. I'll see you next time.
Hello and welcome back to Race Gaming Videos. My name is Olo and I'm back for a new best weapons video. This time we'll focus on your melee intelligence options. Those melee weapons that have a bit of physical and a bit of magic and of course scale with intelligence at different degrees. Often coming with quite magical and impressive Ashes of War. I've been doing some testing to find out which is the best and of course my favourite. Now as always I want to let you know the caps for intelligence melee weapons. You have your 2 soft caps of 20 and 50. In many cases, these weapons today are going to be great to put yourself at 50 and then spend your points elsewhere. Then we have the final soft cap at 80, and of course at 99 you are hard capped, but I would never really recommend going over 80. Now let's get started with the first weapon. Alright, to start us off then, I have a cheeky one for you. I have one that is technically 2 options, but we're going to focus on one of them. So, you want to use a big sword, but you also have a huge brain. Interesting combination, quite rare. Then, you want to use the Royal Greatsword or the Ruins Greatsword. You see, both have an intelligence requirement to use them, but they have different scaling. The Ruins Greatsword, this big slab here, well that's going to scale best with strength, and so you want the bare minimum intelligence to use this thing. Meanwhile, the Royal Greatsword scales really well with intelligence and strength, so you don't need to commit as much strength and you can run an actual magic / weapon build with this weapon a lot better. If you take a look at the AR of the +10 Royal Greatsword, it's 928 when in 2 hands, which is very respectable. That puts it in the ranges of some of the best strength weapons in the game. How it's getting that damage is the fact that it's also magical based as well as physical. So you can see that it scales with strength and intellect of a C with a little bit of depth of B. What makes this weapon so good though, I think, other than the fact that it's got the awesome Colossal Sword moveset, which is really good, really enjoyable. I am a huge fan of this moveset. It comes down to the Ash of War Wolf's Assault. It's a two-parter. You have the flip, and then the explosion. And as you can see, the sword becomes enchanted on the initial hit, as well as the explosion. The damage of this Ash of War is shockingly good. We're able to see numbers of between 2,000, 3,000 on just this single L2 press. That is very respectable. Meanwhile, the Rune Spirit Sword, obviously I've not got it upgraded right now or got the stats for it, but it is still an incredible weapon, and I've actually talked about it as one of the best weapons to choose if you're just going pure strength, flat out, even though it's an intelligence weapon as well. It's actually always one of the best, ridiculously long range, comparable to one of the best weapons in the Blasphemous Blade, and it even has an R2 with some magic damage on it, the gravity magic, that costs no FP, you can do infinitely. So, a brilliant choice if you wanted to go full strength, but as this is more of an intelligence video, I'm going to go with a more intelligence-based sword. Now in Duels, you can see that, yeah, it's the classical moveset, the sword. That poke is ridiculously good. They're really good at trading. Like, I can just straight trade with people and out-trade them. Naturally, Blade Build is going to be scary to do that against, but mostly anyone else, this is really good. Then you have the Ash of War, which is really interesting because it has hyper armor on the first flip. Then the explosion is going to stay people out. It has more range than people seem to expect. It can really catch people. You hit people with either side of this, even the initial flip. And when it comes to PvE, I mean, again, general moveset, wonderful, super reliable, very good play, great range, and because it's a colossal sword, it breaks poise and posture super well. So good in boss fights where you're looking to do that. Speaking of boss fights, the Ash of War, man, the damage on it is nuts. Combine that with a mimic, oh my god, they just spam this Ash of War, it's so powerful. One of my main weapons. I absolutely love this thing. Has to be in this video. To get it, you need to do the Rani storyline, which is going to come up multiple times in this video. We have a full guide on how to do that storyline, but at the end of that storyline, you're going to have to fight a certain best boy. After defeating him, you'll get the sword. Okay, for this one, I've got a pretty, I think, obvious pick. But it was slept on for a while. Josh even made a video about, you know, this is actually comparable to Doomrail. Maybe think about it. We're talking, of course, about the Wing of Estelle. This is your intelligence curved sword, which has some really unique aspects to it. Now, as you can see, it scales a B rating with intelligence, which is solid for a melee weapon, and then we have C scaling with dex, so that's where your other stats are going to go. Before you know, 50 of those soft cap dex and intelligence, I'm able to get 592 AR for this one-hand weapon, but I would say the majority of the damage is actually coming from its unique R2. You see, it's a little short range slice, and it's a two-hit combo, right? So I can do it once, and then I can do it twice, and then that's the end of the combo. But if you hold it, it fires out 2 shots. So what you can do is do a 2-hit, and then a 2-hit, so 4 hits for the price of 2. Or 0 when you think about the cost of FP, which is, again, 0. As you can see, the damage is very respectable, racking up towards the 2,200 damage we need to kill the
Yeah, you live through it. Yeah, you live
Again,
through
no
the opening.
range. Talk about that too, is it?
Live through the opening.
It doesn't look great.
I was asking him, can he live through the opening?
I got to get from that is ridiculous. You're poking people constantly. It does really good damage. Say again, it costs nothing to do.
And
There's
hi.
weapons of war that are very similar to this. That cost
Damn, hi. That's how you feel.
Or, which is a slice that puts down these explosions. What's interesting about this is that the actual slice wouldn't be damaged, but the explosions would be damaged 2 types. The first prop, which is there, and the second prop. So on a giant machine, the second side. But in PvP, what you can do is combine the 2. If it's down, you'll be hard to. It's very hard to deal with all those multiple explosions and these 2 slices coming at you, or even 4 with cheap control ball. You can see it really does catch people out, and the damage is rising. Half this guy's health when 7 burns. Not for your team, 2-hit, but video, but it is a curved sword, right? So you have the working curved sword L1, which is one of the best roll catching chasing attacks in the game. Also, the design of it is pretty cool. You
That's the case.
fly down, fly wings as weapons, which is something else. Get the Wing of Estelle, then you're going to need to come to the Noxella city area, which is basically all for area as well. Entrance to the Ainsel River Main, and it's tied, of course, to the whole storyline with
Randy. We have a whole video dedicated to this whole quest line, so you can check that out if you want the full guide on how to get to this area. I've been here before, but if you do have the area unlocked, you're going to come to the Noxtella in a single city grace, and then double back and climb the ladder up to where I'm 17 right now. Essentially, we go through this river area, cross through here, and then walk along the top, drop down below. If we walk back up the river, there's going to be this crossing, this tunnel, which is full of these delightful ants with some familiar wings. What's kind of annoying is the shield ant right here. I'm going to get by him real quick. And then as we come to the edge here of the palace ruins, we can see where we need to go. Just over there. You can see the chest from the dark on the left here. Dark here for the fall off. And here is the chest with the whip of the cell inside of it. All right, let's just get it over with. The moon veil